Welcome everyone to the AFA committee. We're having a public hearing today. I'm Teresa Peirce and I serve as House Chair. Today we're doing the part 2 of the Governor's Biennial Budget, LD 221, Change Package Public Hearing. We have a number of people already in attendance ready to share with us their thoughts on this. But before we get going on that, I'd like to introduce the committee, and we'll start with Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston.
Representative Martin.
Hi, it's John Martin, House District 151, Northwestern Aroostook County. And good morning to everyone.
Representative Millett.
Good morning, everyone. Sowen Millett, House District 71, towns of Norway, Sweden, Waterford, and West Paris.
Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
Representative Arata.
Good morning. My name's Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and part of Poland.
Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent House District 4, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Algonquin.
Representative Corey.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Corey, represent House District 25, which is part of Wyndham.
Representative Fay.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond.
Senator Davis.
Good day, everybody. My name is Paul Davis, and I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County and parts of Somerset and Penobscot.
And Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton.
And I like that you maybe are missing your old House seat because you've labeled yourself as a representative, not a senator. Haha.
I did not do that. I'm not sure who did that.
Not sure who did that. Well, we always miss you in the House. And my good co-chair, Senator Breen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kathy Breen, and I represent 6.5 communities in Cumberland County in the Maine Senate, and I serve as Senate Chair of Appropriations.
And again, I am Teresa Peirce. I represent District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth. I serve as the House Chair of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. And once again, delighted to be here today to have a public hearing on the change package for part 2 of the biennial budget, LD 221. We have a number of people in our attendees list that are ready to share with us their thoughts on this budget. Reminder to everyone who's here to give testimony that we'll be running a 3-minute clock, and my good co-chair will interrupt you, or someone on the committee will gently remind you that you're at time and you might need to wrap up. But we're sure everyone has organized themselves to share just 3 minutes with us as we go through. We think we'll have close to 60 or more participants giving us testimony. So appreciate everyone being here today. And I think we'll just get started. We'll start going through the list as we get going and moving people over. And I think I'd like to start with Chancellor Malloy. And I'll promote him to a panelist. And once you're here, look forward to seeing you live and in person. Welcome so much.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is Dan Malloy. I'm the Chancellor of the University of Maine System. As I well know, during my tenure in local and state government, budgets reflect priorities. By making record investments in public education, the change package put forth for your consideration by Governor Mills does in fact prioritize social mobility through education. And we are grateful for that recommendation and hopeful that you will be able to pass that into law. The University of Maine System is the state's biggest driver of workforce readiness. And research for that matter. We are also one of the largest employers. Currently, our system is set to be flat funded at the 20 numbers, fiscal year 20 numbers. And that has been the case, although the governor has found ways to support the system throughout the pandemic. But given the fact that our nearly 30,000 students and 4,700 employees have expectations with respect to the quality of their education and the quality and work that they'll be doing for the system, we are very grateful for this package having come before you and look forward to its passage. We urge that, in fact. We also acknowledge that $1.5 million has been recommended as well for the law school. We are in the process of repositioning the law school, moving it to a new temporary home, which will allow us to enlarge the law school to make it more economically operational. And by the way, make sure that we meet the needs of the people of the state of Maine. I would also remind you that we have a great new dean, and you certainly know Lee Softly from her years of service on the judiciary in the state of Maine, and I know she will be speaking to you as well later. Suffices to say, we need these additional funds to maintain quality, to make improvements in our system and address our long-term needs, some of which are not necessarily represented in this budget, but will require our attention in the future, such as the average age of our facilities being in excess of 50 years old. So we look forward to the activity of the committee. We urge support of these recommendations, and I'm here to answer any questions. However, let me say one other thing. We are also very happy at the prospect that the Maine state grant might be increased as well. It has not been adjusted with respect to inflation. It needs to be, because we're failing to meet the needs that students expect that we would meet based on prior promises. With that, I think I'm under 3 minutes and prepared to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for the Chancellor? I am not seeing any. We appreciate your time today and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite over President Dagler from Maine Community College System.
You have to donate $5.
With the magic of technology, I assume everyone can both see me and hear me?
Correct.
So I will begin by thanking Senator Breen and Representative Pierce and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. As already indicated, I'm David Dagler, president of the Maine Community College System, and I really do thank you for allowing me to provide testimony on the Maine Community College System portion of the Governor's Change Package to LD 221. I believe our item is on page 189. We're asking for your support in endorsing a 3% increase in the Maine Community College System's baseline budget for fiscal 22 and for fiscal 23. That will partially cover the increase in operating costs over the biennium. The aforementioned 3% was unanimously supported by the Education Committee in their report back to you. This 3% increase will be used to retain our incredible employees and to attract qualified candidates to instruct Maine's community college system. Actually, to instruct our students. So, as a public institution, you're aware that our ability to adequately compensate our employees is really predicated on the state appropriation. And our time together is really far too short for me to provide even a partial list or an overview of what the employees have done for our students during the last 15 months. Nor can I illustrate how hard they have worked to make sure that our students continue to learn during this pandemic. It was an incredible effort by dedicated, talented people who are all too often the unsung heroes in our profession. I really appreciate their efforts. The Education Committee also unanimously supported an initiative that was unfortunately not included in the Governor's Change Package. Our proposal for $2.5 million in ongoing funding for license-based programs includes $2.2 million earmarked specifically to expand our nursing program. Let me take one quick step back. Maine needs about 1,150 new nurses each year just to replace attrition and retirements. All Maine colleges, public and private, produce about 750 nurses per year. That leaves us about 400 nurses short. And during the pandemic, this has been, those nurses have really been stretched thin. Our proposal will significantly reduce that gap. With $2 million supplemented by in-kind contributions from the major healthcare systems, Maine's community colleges will double the number of nurses we graduate. We currently graduate about 230. We would move to about 460. In anticipation of this funding, we've secured commitments from the major health systems to share in the cost of that expansion. So the appropriation would essentially leverage as much as $2 million in additional support from our health providers. It's our sincere hope that the committee will include the funding in the supplemental budget so that we can move this forward. Because we're hiring nurse instructors, we have to have permanent money so that we can assure long-term stability to these highly valued and increasingly scarce nurse instructors. Although there is federal recovery money elsewhere, I want to be clear, we can't use one-time federal dollars to sustainably fund this expansion. It's a relatively modest investment, and we've already mapped out how it will work for our, and how our health partners will add their support and how many graduates we can expect. It's shovel ready. We're ready to go.
Pardon me, President Dagler. I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes has elapsed. Just want to let you know. Okay. I will wrap it up. I think that the committee understands what we're asking for, and I do appreciate your time. Just the distinction that the ARP funds are not really eligible for this expansion. Thank you for your support, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for President Dagler? Seeing none, we appreciate. Oh, yes, Senator.
Sorry. Thank you, President Dagler. When you talk about the money you're securing from healthcare systems, is this $2.5 million of additional funding you're requesting? Is that a requirement for a match, or is that something you see as a complement but not necessarily a requirement?
A requirement would indicate that there are contractual boundaries. We've not established contracts with the healthcare providers. We have secured their agreements. They need the nurses, and they are willing to step in and help participate.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any other questions for the president? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Thanks so much for being here.
I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Take care. Now I'd like to bring over former Chief Justice Lee Softly. And I guess her new title would be President of the Law School or Dean of the Law School. Dean. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It always amazes me when this works. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs. My name is Lee Softly. I live in Cumberland County, and it is a privilege to appear before you representing the University of Maine School of Law. I'm here to speak in support of the governor's supplemental budget proposals, both for the university system and specifically for the law school. And I begin by expressing my gratitude to Governor Mills for her support of the legal needs of Maine's people and businesses. It's hard to believe it's been a full year since Chancellor Malloy and the Board of Trustees offered me the opportunity to serve as the Dean of the Law School, but it's been quite a year. Maine Law is the state's public and only law school. Graduates of Maine Law are serving in leadership throughout the state, in the Blaine House, in the legislature, in the courts. They serve in municipal government, in nonprofit organizations, in corporate leadership. Today, more Maine Law graduates are moving into rural practice, where they're helping their clients and their communities with a wide range of legal challenges, from family to corporate law, elder law and trusts and estates, business challenges. The new generation of lawyers is working to serve Maine people. You have heard this from Chancellor Malloy before. Maine Law is a strategic asset of the state that punches well above its weight class, due in great part to its innovative and dedicated faculty and staff. Maine businesses, municipalities, and nonprofit organizations need Maine law graduates to help them navigate increasingly complex legal and regulatory frameworks. And the people of this great state need expanded and enhanced access to justice, especially those who are low income, elderly, or veterans. Fiscal limitations at the law school over the last decade, however, have created serious challenges. That funding crisis has affected our ability to expand classes, has limited the law school's ability to provide student scholarships, and resulted in the recent loss of wonderful, talented faculty. The inevitable result is a limitation on the law school's ability to assist Maine communities. This year, we learned the hard way that the round building in which I sit today cannot support the necessary technology to reliably provide distance learning in its largest classroom. The facility is crumbling, the space challenges limit our class sizes and recruitment, and when we're not in the midst of a pandemic, the students spend hours each day in cramped, aging classrooms that have absolutely no sunlight. The facility's challenges are not new. The search for a new space for Maine law began in earnest in 2005 and continued without success until this year. In the meantime, the building has fallen further into disrepair. The time has come to move on. The supplemental budget will assist us with an interim home for the law school, help us support excellent faculty and programs, and will allow us to admit more aspiring students, providing scholarship programs that support those students to reach degrees that are affordable and to stay in practice here in Maine. The Committee to Advise on the Future of the Law School concluded that for Maine to continue to reap the benefits of its only law school, its funding needs to be adequate, predictable, and reliable. Your support for this bill will respond directly to that recommendation. I urge you to vote ought to pass, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Right on time.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Softly, Dean Softly? I've got a little glare on my screen, so I'm looking around. I do not see any questions at this time, but thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for the time.
Appreciate it. We have quite a list, and I don't know if there are any legislators that maybe signed up to testify. If you are in attendance right now and a legislator, please raise your hand so I know that you're here. I do not see anybody raising their hand. So I think we'll begin with Adam Good, and then Adam Lamonca, and then Alyssa Goodwin. Good to see you.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Adam Good. I'm the Legislative and Political Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine. We work to improve their lives and working conditions, and we testify in support of the proposed change package LD 221. We're going to touch on just 4 parts of the proposal today. A number of them are things that we have supported for a very long time. We fully and strongly support the full restoration of revenue sharing. We believe that working people who provide crucial public services, ranging from fighting fires to plowing roads to driving buses, deserve jobs marked by dignity and respect. Those same public servants should not be victim to rising property taxes, which are often the result of cuts to revenue sharing. Full funding of revenue sharing at the 5% level will help improve our messy tax code that rewards the wealthiest over working people. You all know that revenue sharing has been set at 5%. There was, I think, approximately 40 years where that was the case. Since 2009, there has been a longstanding project of cutting revenue sharing. Those cuts now total $707 million. We believe that that austerity approach has led to cuts to local services, has increased income inequality, or resulted in sacrifices from workers in the public sector. Jumping ahead, the governor's proposal to meet the requirement that the state fund 55% of the cost of public education is historic. Voters demanded this level of funding through successful ballot initiative referendums in both 2004 and 2016. We support this proposal because it will ensure a basic level of funding for public schools. It allows all children, regardless of their zip code, to have well-resourced public schools and is the right thing to do. The other, I think, big benefit from increased public education funding will be felt by property taxpayers through improved municipal budgets. The required local share of public education will decrease as a result of this historic investment. We are also members of the Coalition of Racial Equality, which is providing testimony neither for nor against the portion related to the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Named Tribal Populations. The change package includes annual funding of $500,000 per year for the Permanent Commission. We support this money being included, but provide testimony in support of additional funding in order to maximize the efforts of the commission. I want to make sure I get all my points across in my limited time here. One issue that is left outstanding in the change package are investments to address a comprehensive market pay study report that shows Maine state workers earn nearly 15% less than public and private sector peers throughout New England, even when you adjust for regional differences in pay. Hundreds of state employees continue to earn less than $15 an hour. And we think that if there's something missing from the change package, it's a proposal to address low wages in state government. You
Mr.
all
Good,
know that.
Pardon me, if you could wrap up. Thanks.
I was just going to say some things about how well the state is doing financially and how that leads us to believe that there should be room to address compensation. Appreciate your time and energy and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Good? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here today. Nice to see you.
Glad to be in another committee that goes by alphabetical order first name.
Fair enough. Now we have Adam LaMonica, and then we're going to have Alyssa Goodwin and Ann Wolson.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Person, distinguished members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Adam LaMonica, and I am the Operations Manager for Maxim Healthcare Services in Portland, Maine. And I am testifying on behalf of the testimony submitted by Veronica Charles today. Maxim covers the entire state of Maine for PDN in-home services under sections 19 and 96 of Maine Care. And I'm here to show our support for the proposed rate increase for RNs and LPNs under those sections. It is important that we see this rate increase for the sake of the families we serve in our community. At our current outdated rates, Maxim and other members of the home care industry can simply not compete for the services of nurses in the state of Maine. This has been a driving force behind nursing shortages in home care. I want to emphasize the impact these shortages have on our families that we currently serve. When staff is not found for any of our families, the parents or guardians become the sole caregiver. Outside of nursing care, there's no one qualified to care for these patients besides the parent or the guardian. In this situation, parents find themselves unable to partake in basic facets of living. They can't leave their homes to go grocery shopping or any other essential errands. And oftentimes they cannot go to work. When this happens, families go without staff for an extended period of time. The parents will lose their jobs as they are forced to decide between caring for their high needs child or going to work. Depending on the acuity level of the patient, some parents aren't even able to leave their child's side for more than 10 minutes at a time. The impact on these families is enormous. While parents do their best as a caregiver, they are not fully trained nurses, and therefore care is not at the level that most patients need. With a lack of nursing, patients tend to decline at a faster rate to a point where they are forced into an expensive facility that neither the child or the parents want to be in. Facilities like this typically cost 3 times as much as home care services, even considering the current proposed increase rates. The beds for pediatric patients for these facilities are also very limited. To my knowledge, there are only about 18 beds in southern Maine, south of Bangor, for pediatric patients specifically. This is forcing families to send their children hours from their home, and even for some instances, outside of the state. In some worst-case scenarios, we'll see extended hospitalizations, which are even more expensive and taxing for the families involved. To conclude, we need a large influx of nursing into the home care setting. The current rates are the driving force behind the lack of staff for this incredibly important workforce for our communities throughout Maine. Families desperately need support in this matter as the impact on them is beyond reasonable. These rate increases will exponentially aid efforts for Maxim and other agencies in Maine to find long-term staff for these patients and families. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. LaMonica? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Representative Hymanson has a question and my dog is barking. My apologies.
Thank you. What sections do you, does Maximum handle, and what Medicaid section, main care sections?
Sure. That's section 19 and 96 for pediatric adults.
19 and 96?
Yep.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. And next we have Alyssa Goodwin.
Hi there, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Dr. Alyssa Goodwin, and I'm a pediatrician at Martins Point Healthcare and a parent in Brunswick, and I'm here today to testify in favor of LD 221. As a primary care pediatrician and school physician, I see firsthand the devastating effects of flavored nicotine in my practice every day. Like many parents and health professionals, I came to learn about and understand the significance of flavored tobacco products well after the adolescent vaping epidemic was out of control in my community. I'm very concerned that tobacco use among Maine youth has been skyrocketing. I talk with my adolescent patients about substance use honestly, and the trends are terrifying. By 7th grade, the majority of my patients know someone who vapes, many of them in the home or in their school. My high school students speak of needing to avoid using restrooms because of the rampant uncontrolled vape use. While use of combustible nicotine products is almost unthinkable to the teens that I see, they don't bat an eyelash when asked about vaping because in their world, it's everywhere. Tobacco companies have developed an array of menthol candy and dessert flavored products in colorful packaging, and the sole purpose of these products is to attract new users and addict them to tobacco. With sleek covert packaging and fun flavors like Pop-Tarts, the intent of the packaging is clear. Flavors are designed to hook kids and create a customer for life. As a pediatrician, I can tell you with authority that kids are uniquely susceptible to nicotine addiction because their brains are still developing. Many teens that I see are vaping the equivalent of 1 pack of cigarettes per day or more. And this is because of the high concentration of nicotine in the pods that they're using. Many of the patients who I treat report using repeatedly throughout the day. They're so addicted that they're using at school, at home, and often right under their parents' or teachers' radar. Treating this kind of nicotine addiction is one of the most challenging things I do in my practice. The addiction is powerful and negatively affects other realms of the teen's physical and mental health. Frequently, when I treat these patients, they require the highest dose of nicotine replacement available to have any chance of cutting down. And as these teens are battling their own addiction, they're constantly being triggered by the use that occurs around them. Our kids won't win against the tobacco industry. They're hooked before they even have a chance to understand the risk. Our children deserve better and they deserve our protection. So I'd like to ask your help in standing up for Maine's children. Thank you. Be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Goodwin? I don't see any, so appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ann Wolson, and then we'll have Anna Betancourt and Anna Corson.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I am Ann Wallace, and I'm Executive Director of Consumers for Affordable Healthcare, and I'm here to testify on certain initiatives included in the change package for LD 221. Consumers for Affordable Healthcare is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization, and we have been designated by the Maine Attorney General and the Bureau of Insurance as Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program. As such, we provide statewide toll-free assistance and in-person assistance to any Mainer who needs help understanding their health. That's not my dog. Health coverage. Who needs help understanding their health coverage options and enrolling and applying for coverage. We also link people to safety net programs that help them meet their healthcare needs when coverage is not available. So just a couple of things that I want to touch on, and I won't go into a lot of detail because of the limited time, but first we appreciate and thank the administration for including funding for full dental benefits to main care adults over age 21. This is an issue that we have worked on for years, and I know that many of you have seen proposals about this issue over those years. This will obviously help reduce health inequities in our state and unnecessary costs in other areas, including hospital emergency rooms. We also appreciate and support the inclusion of full main care coverage for children under age 21 who would otherwise be eligible for coverage for federal benefits, if not for their immigration status, and also appreciate the proposal to include pregnant women in that proposal. We would urge the committee, however, to consider that this coverage starts sooner than proposed in the change package, and that the proposal also include other adults who would otherwise be eligible for federal benefits if it was not for their immigration status. We believe that this would help Maine move one step closer to making sure that everybody in the state has the health insurance coverage that they need. I would be remiss if I did not mention a few other initiatives we had hoped would also be included in the change package that we would urge the committee to support. And in my testimony, I have included some links to some bills that are in process in the legislature right now. One is to continue funding Maine's Health Insurance Consumer Assistance Program, which I mentioned earlier, provides assistance to Mainers seeking help understanding their health insurance coverage. This past year, the program fielded over 9,000 calls and almost just as many emails to Mainers, many of whom had lost their job in their employer-based coverage, who needed immediate assistance, understanding their options and applying for coverage. We also help people appeal inappropriate denials by their insurance companies. And then just a couple other things that we think are really important.
Sorry, Ms. Willison, sorry to interrupt. Could you wrap up, please?
Sure. My testimony includes some other information about Meals on Wheels and funding wait lists for older and disabled people, and I will submit that in writing, and I thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Willison?
I just want to apologize for my dog. I apologize for that happening.
That's okay. Love dogs.
It looks like Representative Hymanson has a question.
Yeah, do you have the LD numbers on those, funding?
Sure. So for the Consumer Assistance Program, it's LD 631.
Mm-hmm.
For Meals on Wheels, it's LD 485.
Mm-hmm.
For the wait list for older and disabled people, it's LD 1360. And one more that would help boost Maine's essential workforce is LD 1573. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Willison? Okay, thank you so much for joining us. Next we have Anna, who did you say next? Anna Betancourt, and then Anna Corson.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to speak in regarding LD 221. I come to you as a retailer in the state of Maine. I work for Energy North Group, who has 18 locations in Maine. Prior to my time here at Energy North Group, I worked and lived in Massachusetts, and I can speak to you about how this flavor ban has affected Massachusetts. As both a resident and a former business operator there. This doesn't work. At the end of the day, adults have the right to make adult decisions. This is the same process as if we stop selling cherry Coke. Again, adults have the right to make adult choices. And we should do everything we can to keep the tobacco products out of the hands of youth. That is not disputed. But again, we can't take away people's rights to purchase products that are legal. I can talk to you as a Massachusetts business owner at that time, business operator, that there was a lot of illicit trade. I moved out of Massachusetts about 2 months ago, and I can tell you from my time there from June 1st right up until 2 months ago, there were plenty of places you could buy menthol product illegally. flavored products illegally. And so the company I previously worked for had a store right in Salem, New Hampshire, just over the border. In May of 2020, that site was selling 45,000 packs of cigarettes. At the end of June 2020, they sold 100,000, a little over 100,000. So as I tell you, the demand moves, it goes somewhere else. What this does is Massachusetts at the time didn't get the excise tax revenue and still had the healthcare costs concern. That's exactly the same problem the state of Maine will have. To me, true public health is education, and this financially will impact your state in ways that, sure, this year you're going to put the COVID money towards the plan is towards the excise tax loss, which is somewhere around 42 million is what it's estimated at. What's the plans for the years going forward to make up the loss? Again, it goes back to me, I believe more that people have the rights to make decisions. I heard people talking about flavors, and if this process worked, Connecticut wouldn't. What Connecticut just did is they only made a ban on vape flavored product. They didn't touch anything else because that was where the concern was. I can tell you that financially, if you ban flavors, it'll have a very negative impact on our business. And you're just going to have the same problems that Massachusetts did. Product coming in illegally that you can't control, and you're not getting the tax money for it. That is basically all I can say on that. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Betancourt from the committee? I am not seeing any. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for your time. Have a nice day.
You too. Next, we have Anna Corson, and then we're going to have Vicki Wallach, Tim Andrews, and Tara Williams. Go ahead, Ms. Corson.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Anna Corson. I'm the Director of Advocacy with Full Plates, Full Potential. We are a statewide nonprofit working to address childhood food insecurity in Maine by expanding access to school meals and out-of-school time meal programs. Today, I'm submitting testimony in opposition to LD 221. I do want to clarify that we are not in opposition to the contents of the governor's supplemental budget, but we do feel that an important investment was left out. It is an incredible achievement that we would be meeting the state's obligation as far as public education spending, but in order to ensure that important investment has the biggest impact, we must also invest to ensure our students have the proper fuel to learn, grow, and thrive at school by providing school meals at no cost to all Maine K-12 students. I'm testifying today to urge that funding to support LD 1679, an act to address student hunger through expanding access to free school meals, is included in the supplemental budget. The Education and Cultural Affairs Committee will hold a public hearing for LD 1679 this afternoon, and we do expect widespread support. Every day in Maine, children are going hungry in our schools. Maine has the highest rate of childhood food insecurity in New England, with 1 in 6 children lacking access to basic nutrition on a regular basis. The pandemic has exacerbated that trend, and more families are struggling to put food on the table. Before the pandemic hit, 43% of all school-age children were eligible for free meals at school. That's around 80,000 kids. Feeding America is projecting childhood food insecurity to increase by at least 40% statewide due to families facing economic hardship, and the school meal eligibility rate in Maine is likely to increase as well. The eligibility guidelines for school meals are restrictive, and if a family makes just $1 too much, their children can't get a free meal at school. Additionally, food insecurity is complicated and is not tied to income alone. For these reasons, many families experiencing food insecurity are not eligible for school meals, meaning that those households would be expected to pay for meals they likely can't afford. School meals are important and improve household food insecurity for those that receive them at no charge. For many Maine children, school meals are their only reliable source of nutrition. Those meals are often wrapped up in shame, stigma, and red tape, and so many children don't access them. When school meals are provided as a part of the school day at no charge to all students, stigma goes away and more kids eat. School meals also support learning. Many studies show that school meals enhance child development and school readiness, support learning, attendance, and behavior. They also provide critical nutrition for developing children. A recent study found that school meals are the healthiest meals that many children have. Additionally, they decrease childhood weight issues and improve child nutrition and wellness. During the pandemic and continuing through next school year, the USDA has allowed school meals to be served to all children at no cost, regardless of their family's income. While the federal government is taking steps to improve and expand school nutrition programs permanently, they are not prioritizing school meals for all. And what this means is if Maine doesn't take the critical step to ensure that all kids can get meals at school after the pandemic flexibilities go away, there will be hungry children sitting in classrooms across our state once again. We need to ensure that our education dollars are being used well and not wasted because too many children lack access to proper nutrition. Here's the bottom line: a hungry child can't learn. And food is the only part of the school day some kids are expected to pay for. Maine spends billions of dollars on public education every year, and funding dedicated to ensuring that our students have the fuel they need to learn and grow is a worthy investment.
Ms. Corson, your time is, thanks.
Of course, yes. So in closing, I urge the committee to support school meals at no cost for all Maine students by including funding for LD 1679 in the supplemental budget. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corson. It looks like Senator Bailey has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the public hearing for 1679 is just happening, but do you have any idea what the fiscal note is, just based on the information that you have? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. So as of now, OFPR has not drafted a fiscal note for LD 1679, and the pandemic flexibilities, so the USDA paying for school meals for all, will continue through next school year. So we would be looking for funding just for this second year of the biennium. So we have run the numbers ourselves. Our analysis shows, based on participation data from school year 2019, that the cost could be as much as $20 million per year for the state. There are also lots of moving pieces at the federal level. So there are some bills that could be included in the child nutrition reauthorization that Congress is likely to move on in the next 1 to 2 years that would greatly lower the cost for the state by expanding school meal eligibility and creating more flexibilities in the school meal programs. And then also there are some pieces of legislation moving through the legislature that would improve school meal applications, and that would help us to better maximize the federal drawdowns under the current law.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Corson? Okay, thank you so much for coming. Next we have Victoria Wallach, and then Tim Andrews, and then Tara Williams. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I am Victoria Wallach, Communications and Government Relations Director for Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of the change package for LD 221 as it relates to general purpose aid for schools. Our associations have publicly applauded the governor's budget for making good on the long-standing promise to have the state fund 55% of education costs as defined in essential programs and services. The promise goes back to a referendum approved in 2004, as some of you will remember, calling on the state to contribute 55%. The legislature the following year amended that intention, passing a bill that called for a ramp up to 55% over 4 years. A recession put an end to that ramp up, and we find ourselves today at just under 51.8%. The reality is the cost of education goes up each biennium, but if we can make up the gap in this budget, staying at 55% going forward will be less of a lift. This is important to educators and our students, but also important to our local property taxpayers. We have very supportive taxpayers, but when the state doesn't meet its 55% obligation, the bill's passed on to property owners. A copy of the spreadsheet produced by the Department of Education showing the impact.
Well, if they email me, I've been doing it, but
the impact of that funding on all our communities is attached. And I've also included a link in my electronic, hopefully, testimony. In relation to the additional funding, we do have two requests. We would like a temporary law change to increase the percent of funding districts can carry forward. Right now, it's at 3%. We got a similar dispensation when the ARA funds hit in 2008. The point is, if we can carry them forward and use them over more years, it makes us better stewards of the money. We're also looking for authorization for some school districts which have held their budget meetings locally already to reopen those meetings so they can hold the meeting and lower property taxes using some of this funding. In a nutshell, it would allow school boards to increase expenditures, fund reserve accounts, or the point being, reduce the local cost share, lower the tax rate. So I'd be happy to take any questions, and I've also included some language from our attorneys on what it would require. It's a proposal to, I'm asking you to put something in or look at potentially putting in the budget a law change to allow that to happen. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
thank you, Ms. Wallach. We would appreciate it if you could send that language to the chairs.
Okay.
So that if we get the opportunity to do that, we will have have it at our fingertips.
I'll do that when I get off the Zoom.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Wallach and Maine School Management? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Representative Hymanson, I just need to check, are you timing? Wonderful, thank you.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. So next, we're going to have Tim Andrews, and then Tara Williams, and then Grace Levitt. Go ahead, Mr. Andrews, welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to present this morning. Tim Andrews, representing Americans for Tax Reform. And we're here to testify in opposition to the provisions in the budget, which backfill the expected loss of revenue from LD 1550. While we appreciate that LD 1550 is well-intentioned, policy decisions need to be based on data and evidence as opposed to emotion and intentions. And the data clearly demonstrates that this is a bad policy for the state of Maine, one that will hurt the economy, that will hurt long-term revenue, and that will do nothing for public health, and in fact, potentially lead to increases in smoking rates. There are two components of LD 1550, which should concern members of the committee. The first is the ban on flavoured tobacco products, which we have seen, as a previous testifier mentioned, what occurred in Massachusetts. It has no impact whatsoever on smoking rates. It simply drives consumption of menthol products to neighbouring states and to the black market at a great fiscal cost to the state. The evidence from Massachusetts is very, very clear, where you saw the number of cigarette sales that went down in Massachusetts went up by the equivalent amount in neighbouring states. There was no smoking reduction. What we are seeing here is that the state of Maine's budget is potentially looking at taking advantage of federal payments, which have put the budget in a relatively strong position this year. But this is a one-off limited payment, whereas this bill will have long-term revenue consequences, which will lead to higher taxes or a reduction in services. The second component of this bill, which is the restrictions on reduced risk tobacco alternatives, is again not based on science and will lead to more people smoking. The evidence is now overwhelming and without doubt that reduced risk tobacco alternatives like e-cigarettes are approximately 95% safer than combustible products. They are endorsed by over 40 of the world's leading medical organizations, and studies have shown that they are more than 3 times as effective as traditional nicotine replacement products. Because the problem with tobacco is combustion, not nicotine, which itself is not that different to caffeine in physiological effects, but it removes thousands of toxic chemicals from users. Now, flavors in themselves have been found to be critical for adults to quit smoking, but have no impact on youth use. Studies from the National Youth Tobacco Survey have shown flavors don't impact youth. But adult studies, study after study, which we've detailed in our written submissions, have shown they're critical to help adults quit smoking and save lives. When San Francisco banned flavored products, there was no difference in youth vaping rates, but adult smoking rates stopped falling and started going up, which is what we'll see again.
Mr.
Thank you once
Andrews,
again
you have
for your
10 seconds.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrews. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Andrews? Okay, thank you for joining us today. Next, we have Tara Williams.
Hi, good morning. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I don't see you all very much. It's nice to be in your Zoom room today. My name is Tara Williams, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for the Education of Young Children. If you don't know about Maine AEYC, we promote high quality early learning for all children from birth to 3rd grade. And we do that by trying to connect practice, policy, and research. I'm here today to speak in favor and show our appreciation for the governor's leadership in submitting a budget that's committed to children and families, and that's meeting the state's obligation to pay 55% of the cost of K-12 education for the first time in Maine's history. Maine AEYC also wants to highlight some of the other important pieces of the education and health and human services budgets and funding for young children that's in this overall Part 2 budget. This includes pieces from Child Development Services, publicly funded pre-K, our state match for Head Start, childcare subsidies, and the Early Childhood Consultation Program, as well as many others. I'm not going to go through all of them. Our public schools, Head Starts, Child Development Services, and licensed childcare programs are vital resources for children and families, and they function as public goods that help our state to have a strong economy and strong communities. I do want to point out a couple of quick things before I end. At Maine AEYC, we believe that investing in our public schools and K-12 is of utmost importance. We also believe that it's equally important in how we support the years before kindergarten and really lean on the research that shows that the first years of life are a crucial time for brain development and the strong return on investment that we have when we invest in birth to 5 programs. I want to emphasize that in our state, federal funding accounts for over 95% of the public funds for childcare and Head Start. And I encourage our state leaders and policymakers to focus on growing general fund investments in early care and education in the coming years, because when we decide to braid together federal and state funding for birth to 5, we'll be able to support a strong and stable childcare system in Maine. We'll see positive outcomes in K-12 education, lifelong benefits for children, and for the future of Maine. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Nice to see you too. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Williams? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us. Next, we will have Grace Madden and Grace Levitt, and then Kate DeFore, and then Michael Madden, and I'm going to bring over a few other folks. So Grace Levitt.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High School, serving as president of the Maine Education Association. The MEA has nearly 24,000 members, faculty and staff in our pre-K-12 public schools, institutions of higher education, and many dedicated retired educators. I'm speaking on behalf of these members in support of LD 221. I'm quite sure I can speak for all of our members that there has not been a lot of cause for celebration over this past year. You're all aware of the incredible challenges educators in Maine have dealt with, have overcome, and despite one difficulty after another, they've carried on, and students have continued to learn despite all of this occurring during a global pandemic. But LD 221 is indeed a momentous cause for celebration. When I first heard this was even a possibility, it filled me with hope. The MEA has fought long and hard to push for the state to pay its share, 55% of public education. To have our governor finally propose this in LD 221 is huge. For 17 years, educators have pushed for this with governors and legislators, and meanwhile have dealt with local battles over school budgets, often coming up just short of what our students deserve, since the burden then fell to property taxpayers. And in too many communities, that was just not something that enough people could or would support. So the gap between communities where the majority, at least, had the wherewithal to shoulder more of the burden, and the communities where that just could not happen, that gap has widened. MEA has used the word equity more this year than ever before, and the pandemic opened so many more eyes to the inequities in our state, and certainly it's time to address these inequities as we go forward. Having the state fund 55% of public education goes a long way towards addressing these inequities and lessening them as we move ahead. Not only is the 55% funding by the state what voters have called for multiple times over the years, but this proposal is a clean 55%, what we believe is a real calculation of what the state share should be, unlike some claims in the past that included other items and said it was 55%, which it wasn't. In addition, the proposed funding in LD 221 will support our public institutions of higher education, which are so essential to our state, and the much needed dollars that will go to the school revolving renovation fund are certainly needed as well, and the increase in the main state grant program that will support students' continued learning. All of this is cause for celebration. Now more than ever, our educators need something to celebrate, and they need so much for the state and for you, our legislators, to clearly show how much they are valued and respected. This has been the roughest year likely any of us have ever faced, but our schools have withstood the crisis. Not only is this funding proposal the right thing to do, it's a clear sign that public education and educators are valued in Maine. And it is a clear sign that you recognize the many needs our students have as we come out of these troubled times, and you recognize the resources that are necessary to address those needs. This pandemic has affected every one of us. LD 221 does so much to help so many. And the 55% funding and other supports of public education called for in this proposal help our students, our educators, and those who struggle with property taxes as well. We urge your strong support of LD 221. I thank you for your time, and I'm glad to try to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Levitt. Any questions for Ms. Levitt, the MEA, from the panel? Okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for all that teachers have been doing all year. Next, we have Kate DeFore, and then Michael Madden, and then Alan Cobo-Lewis.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kate DeFore, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association to provide testimony in support of LD 221, the change package. There are many initiatives within the pages of that proposed budget municipal officials and the association support. We greatly appreciate the governor's support for the state municipal partnership, and that is evident throughout that piece of legislation. I want to take my time to focus on two of the issues that we support. In my written testimony, you'll see a support for several of those initiatives. But the first, of course, is the restoration of full funding for the revenue sharing program. The association has been advocating to get to 5% for the last 15 years. And finally, we're going to get there. It's in sight. And we greatly appreciate also the legislature's support for this initiative and for shifting the burdens that are placed on the property taxpayers, the most regressive tax that we have in this state. Finally, we will get to a point where we can relieve the property taxpayers and allow communities to provide mandated as well as desired services. This is an important goal, and we greatly appreciate your support for that. I also want to focus your attention on our support for an initiative that's found on page 60, I think it's 60 of the budget, which would dedicate 3 additional positions to the Office of Innovation. And this is incredibly important to communities. When the state planning, well, back in the day when we had the state planning office, there was a love-hate relationship between municipalities and the office. When the office was telling us what to do, we didn't like it. But what they did do, and they did it well, is they provided us the technical assistance and the resources we needed to make good decisions locally, to advance state policies and to ensure that we were meeting the goals of the state. When that was disbanded, we were kind of left alone. And so the legislature would adopt policies and just say, hey, figure out how to do this. We believe this initiative brings back the good stuff that we had in the state planning office, which is resources, technical assistance, just support for municipal planning and programs. And that's important because we are facing some pretty significant challenges that are not local, they are statewide. And I think these 3 positions will help communities as they tackle climate change, adaptation, the housing crisis that they're facing, communities statewide are facing. So we, in addition to revenue sharing and the school funding and the property tax credit, fairness credit, we ask you to support these 3 positions as well, because they will make us stronger and help you achieve your policy goals. I thank you for your time and consideration, and will answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Kate DeFore in the MMA? Not seeing any.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Michael Madden, then Alan Cobo-Lewis, and then Laura Cordis.
Good morning. You're hearing me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Michael Madden. I'm a family doctor and former chief medical officer of a multi-state managed care company serving Medicare and Medicaid populations. I've been practicing medicine for 36 years and have worked extensively on issues like opioid addiction, HIV, and smoking. I'm passionate about helping adult smokers because my mother died of smoking-related illnesses, and I also care about youth because I'm a grandfather. And it is possible to do both. While Reynolds has compensated me for my time in preparing my testimony, let me be clear that the opinions expressed are my own. I also have submitted detailed written testimony for the committee, which I urge you to review, as some of the data and literature citations may be new to you. I speak today in opposition to the current version of Governor Bill's budget, and I urge you to consider the public health need to balance limiting youth access to tobacco products with the enormous opportunity non-combustible tobacco products present for tobacco harm reduction. Harm reduction is a key public health principle employed to mitigate deadly health risks. Examples include methadone for opioid addiction and condom use to decrease HIV transmission. While not reducing risk to zero, harm reduction substantially improves safety and saves lives. Smokers die prematurely not because they consume nicotine, which is not a carcinogen, but because of how they consume it in a combustible form. For example, moist snuff users, the majority of whom use flavored products, experience significantly lower health risks than smokers. And leading health authorities have agreed that vapor products may substantially reduce smoking's harms. An article in this week's New England Journal urged the federal government to adopt harm reduction as national policy for opioid and tobacco addictions. Industry data show that 66% of adult moist snuff users and more than 53% of adults who switch to e-cigarettes choose non-tobacco flavored products. And the FDA has recognized that the availability of flavored tobacco products may help smokers move away from the use of combustible cigarettes and endorses tobacco harm reduction. Be clear, youth should not use tobacco products of any kind. And Maine's 2018 law, along with the federal government's 2019 move to ban the sale of tobacco products to those under 21, are the proper tools to address youth access to these products. The 2020 National Youth Tobacco Survey data suggests that these policies may be working, since the rate of daily teen smoking continued to drop, and less than 5% of teens today smoke daily. Also, teen experimentation with vaping, any vaping in the last 30 days, fell by over 30% in 2020 compared to 2019. I also encourage you to learn about the FDA.
Your 3 minutes is up, Dr. Madden.
Okay. Please learn about the PMTA process, because that is another strategy to deal with vaping related products and youth access, a better one than a flavor ban. Happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madden. And I wonder if there are any questions from the committee. No. Yes, sorry, Representative Hymanson.
Yeah, Dr. Madden, you mentioned, the big concern is, of course, children. You mentioned a program at the end of your remarks. What is it that you mentioned?
The PMTA process is the federal action to review every vaping product on the market and only allow those to continue to be sold that show a net public health benefit. Those decisions are due to be made by September 9th of this year, and you may be banning flavors that would be approved by the FDA. So I would encourage you to not do things that are contradictory to this thorough review that all of these products are undergoing. The FDA has issued 150 directives to companies that did not submit their safety data to stop selling their products already.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Dr. Madden? I'm not seeing any. And we're doing what we typically do when we're in the building, which is when our colleagues in the legislature are able to join us, we sort of let them jump into the public hearing so they can get back to their own committees. So I'm going to take a little license and do that, and I appreciate everybody's understanding. We have Senator Bill Diamond here, and Senator Diamond, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the Appropriations Financial Affairs Committee. I do want to speak just a minute or two on, I take you to page 183 of LD 221. It's the initiative that establishes 3 state police detective positions and 3 computer forensic analyst positions in the computer crimes program, and provides funding to related and all other and capital costs. The years 2020, 21-22 is $741,208, and in year 22-23 is $769,885. Again, this is probably a little unique in that the computer crime unit is something that very few people know about. It's located in Vassalboro, and it's a part of the Maine State Police, but it's also, there are several civilians who work with the sworn officers, and their job is to locate and arrest child predators who buy, sell, and produce videos and images of children involved in sex acts with adults and forced with other children. The purpose of all of this is sexual gratification for many and money for most. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry around the world, and it's getting worse. All day, every day, the people out in Vassalboro, they study and analyze images of children being sexually abused in every way imaginable. It's something that I've seen some of those images, and I can tell you that I can't imagine them doing this every day, but they have to if they're going to do it right, get the analyzing done correctly and the investigations. Forensically analyzing the images and identifying the buyers and sellers is really a key part of what they do. They also help locate children who are considered stars in these videos, locating where they are so they can rescue them. The Maine CCU played a key role a few years ago in locating a little girl who was in a series similar to a TV series, a series that was being sold around the world. And they helped locate her because they were able to identify the threads in the curtain material and in the bedspreads, and they were able to find out where that was manufactured and what part of the country that went to, and they were very successful in that. And they do that as well as identify the buyers and sellers. The ICACs, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children groups around the country, help each state. And in Maine, they notify the CCU when they find one of these sites that are being used by by obviously sellers and users as well. And they notify them, and then the CCU will go to that site to collect the evidence. I've been on some of those visits as an observer. They're very professional. They respect the rights of the suspects, and it's very low key. And they go in, and what they will do is end up doing a one-on-one with the suspect, and more than not, the suspect will admit what they're doing. The problem with the viewers of these hideous videos and images is that viewers, there was a study done in 2007 that a little over 80% of the viewers become hands-on because that's just a natural progression. Lieutenant Ireland, who heads up the CCU, has testified early in another committee this year that the child pornography has become epidemic levels in the state of Maine, and tragically, even more tragically, the trend now is to go to younger kids. And he said as young as 3 to 5 months seem to be what is the most profitable for the sellers. And there are peer-to-peer groups around the world that have specific interests in all of this, and they buy and then they share these various images. And it really boils down to the kids who are involved in this, who are being abused, are really only worth what others will pay. Some will pay a lot. Maine hasn't escaped this escalation in our cases. In March alone, we had 117 cases to be investigated. 117. Last year, as a total, we had right around 1,100 cases. Right now, we're on a scale to break that easily, to go well over 1,400. So that's why I'm here. And that's why the governor, once she got involved with this, talked to the CCU and the people who run that and other people she talked with, realized this severe backlog has got to be addressed. What's happening now, the evidence that they get, it goes into an evidence closet, and it sits there and waits for an analyst to look at it, and then an investigator to take it from there. The analyst closet, the evidence closet today has about 3 years of backlog, and every piece of evidence represents a predator who's still out there on the street, because no one's had a chance to get, or has the time to get to that piece. Even though they triage them to the more severe, they still, even with the triage, they still can't get to the ones that are very, very serious offenders. So I'm just here to say this is a unique situation. It's bad enough that our kids are being abused in such horrific ways, and the productions are increasing as they are, but the evidence will lead to the arrests, and have that closet of evidence sitting there with an empty desk 15 feet away just doesn't make sense. Those who say that the police, we should spend this money if we're going to spend it on the police and other areas, I agree that that's an important area. And those who say this is an ongoing cost, so we shouldn't be doing it with this money, yes, it is. But if you could see the eyes of these kids, it's when they're being filmed, and the horrificness and the scared and not understanding what's happening and why it's happening. I wouldn't want you to see it in many ways, but I wish you could in some, to realize how bad this really is. I'm sorry. I've been doing this since 2004, and I probably could have done a better job at alerting people about what this is all about, because it's still an unknown entity almost. But we're very close to dealing with this backlog, having this being the first governor to put this in the budget. So I would ask for your consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Diamond. Any questions from the committee for Senator Diamond? Okay, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alan Cobo-Lewis, and then Laura Cordes, and then Guy Bentley. Good morning, Alan.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the other Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee for sitting through rough testimony like you just heard. I was really there's lots in this budget that's good. I am Alan Cobo-Lewis from Orono, the parent of 2 young adult children. One of them has autism and significant functional limitations. He used to be facing the waitlist crisis. He is now facing the workforce crisis. And for that reason, I'll be testifying neither for nor against two things. One thing that's in the change package and one thing that's not, but should be. The workforce is inadequately addressed in the initiative that I have in my written testimony. My understanding is that about half of the money that's in the biennial plus the change package would go toward changing community support services. I support tiered community support services. I think that's a good thing. It will foster community inclusion, but the rates still need to go up across the board because there's a workforce crisis. Pardon me. There's a free market for labor, and employers of direct service providers, direct service professionals cannot compete with the industries that are competing for the same workforce. I would therefore ask you to please amend into the budget LD 1573, the bill of the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission that HHS has unanimously approved to just raise rates across the board to at least 125% of minimum wage. I'm not sure that that's going to be enough, but it is a start. It is more than the change package would do. Second is wait lists are inadequately addressed in the biennial. They're not in the change package. Basically, if you look at the graph in my written testimony, you'll see that the biennial partially addressed Section 29. There didn't used to be a wait list for Section 29, and the biennial would fund basically 30 people a month. That is the rate at which it was increasing before the pandemic. So if we revert to pre-pandemic trends, that will tread water, and it won't address Section 21 or 20 or 18. And Section 20 is that the Section 18 wait list is now actually larger than the 98 shown in my testimony. It's growing too. You've got to address wait lists. Please therefore amend. I have the LD in my testimony, LD 1316 for the budget as well. And I just want to bring to this committee's attention that ARP funds can help you do this. Back in March, I suggested to this committee that you could use what I figured was probably going to be about $50 million of ARP funds from the 10% increase to FMAP that's specifically targeted at HCBS. The department said, wait until you get guidance from CMS. That guidance has now come out, and it defines HCBS very broadly. So the Kaiser Family Foundation actually estimates it's probably $60 million impact to Maine. Please pass into state law that this federal money must be used to eliminate wait lists and make DSP wages competitive on the free market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Cobo-Lewis? Representative Fay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cobo-Lewis, for being here with us today. So my question is about, we talk a lot about the sections of Maine Care and rates. And I'm curious because not everyone, myself included, always knows what populations we're talking about and what settings we're talking about when we talk about, Section 18 or 29. Could you give us just a really quick sense of who folks are that are going without services?
Sure. Pardon me. So Section 18 and 20 are for smaller populations. So Section 18 is for people who have brain injury, and Section 21 is the comprehensive waiver for adults with intellectual disabilities and autism. This is the only waiver that can actually fund group homes, or people with a similar level of need. And I think the department would like to see those folks have fewer group home placements, in more placements, maybe owning their own homes, renting a home, an initiative that I support. But the problem is that, they would still need a high level of support, even if they're not in a group home placement, I guess is the point. That waiver back in 2008 was closed to further enrollment because it can be expensive because these folks have significant need. The state started a Section 29 waiver to serve essentially the same population with a cap per person annual expenditure. That was meant as a fail-safe for people who could wait on the 21 wait list for years and years. And that had no wait list for a long time after a lawsuit that basically said you can't give people nothing while they're waiting for 21. Or some folks, in fact, don't need 21. So that's the only wait list that would be addressed by the biennial plus the change package, is trying to get the 29 wait list back down towards zero. It was zero for several years. There's no reason in the world why there should be a Section 29 wait list at all. That's the starting point, quite frankly. 29 basically is not enough money to pay for a group home. So, like I said, some people are sort of just fine by 29, others aren't. Brain injury, 18, smaller population. I think a similar set of supports. I'm frankly mystified why there's no initiative to address the wait list for Section 18. It's just not all that expensive compared to the other wait lists. And it's been neglected for a number of budgets. I don't really understand why that's not being addressed. And Section 20 for other related conditions, it's a long list of low incidence conditions. Spina bifida is on that list. Some folks with cerebral palsy are on that list. And it's a small wait list, gets a small waiver. The LD that's in my testimony also actually funds some other wait lists for elders and for some state funded wait lists, because basically the HHS committee, I think, I don't want to speak for them, but I heard their discussion at work session. They basically said, enough already. We've got to address wait lists, and now's the time to do it. And I do understand from hearing what the department said in work session in HHS that actually clearing, in particular, the 21 wait list immediately would be very difficult after the pandemic. I do understand that. But I would think that 21 has a prioritized wait list, and I would think that people who have higher priority, they really ought to be helped now. The department does have plans to reorganize adult services to foster more community inclusion. I think that they have some excellent ideas in that area, but I don't think it's fair to people who need the services and their families to wait for years while they do it. I think that the 29 wait list absolutely has to be eliminated immediately. And the folks who are in the highest need, who are still in the 21 wait list, really need to be helped now when there's the federal money to help Maine do it. Did that answer the question? Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Cobo-Lewis? I don't see any. Thank you so much for your testimony and your time with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Laura Cordes, and then Guy Bentley and Jim Martin.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the AFA committee. My name is Laura Cordes. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Association for Community Service Providers. MACSP is a statewide association of more than 70 organizations providing services and support to thousands of children, adolescents, and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. My written testimony outlines support for a small measure in the change package that further supports Maine Care shared living sections in 21 and 29. But this morning, I'll keep my remarks really focused on items that are not in the change package that we ask for your support around. Specifically, as you're looking at this package, the federal dollars that are coming your way, and the initiatives in the original biennial budget, we ask that you add critical funding that's needed to raise Maine Care rates to at least 125% of minimum wage for Maine's direct care workforce. And that would be across all service sectors as identified in LD 1573, and act to implement the recommendations of the Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues, and to provide the funding necessary, as Mr. Cobo-Lewis just outlined, to really eliminate the wait list. And those provisions are found in LD 1360. Both of these bills have passed out of HHS committee with bipartisan support. From the IDD community perspective, at a time when providers should be supporting Mainers with disabilities to fully come back and re-engage in the community or return home. Chronically low reimbursement rates, the loss of staff and lack of applicants across the state, as well as the weight of the pandemic costs, have put providers in an untenable position. We are now slowly collapsing programs, services, and group homes, while thousands of hours of authorized services for Mainers who need them go unfulfilled, and nearly 2,000 Mainers remain on the wait list. As you may know, the wage component for Maine Care Section 21 residential services supporting adults with IDD in small group homes has been below minimum wage for 3 years. Today it stands at $11.21 an hour, 94 cents below the current minimum wage of $12.15 an hour. This has meant that throughout the state, the majority of our providers have been unable to support staff with incentive or hazard pay throughout the pandemic, let alone compete with Walmart or fast food restaurants to offer a competitive wage. We've lost 16 to 20% of our workforce since the pandemic began. That's 1,600 to 2,000 workers. In the year ahead, the department does plan to increase the wage component of Section 21 to minimum wage. We applaud Governor Mills for including this piece in the biennial budget and legislators who adopted this increase in the FY22 budget. While this is certainly a welcome measure, minimum wage alone is simply not sufficient to secure and retain the specialized, compassionate, essential direct care workforce for Mainers with IDD. They're relying on us to provide the vital quality care. Thank you. I will wrap up. But we just need to move beyond minimum wage to rates that will support a competitive wage. We can't afford to wait. We believe that now is the time to transform services by supporting this often hidden and undervalued workforce with a state surplus and hundreds of millions of federal dollars on the way, including dollars coming from increased FMAP. Now's the time to invest in Mainers who we need to care for other Mainers and to lift up essential care workers and the thousands of individuals and families who rely on them. If not now, when? Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Cordes? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Guy Bentley and then Jim Martin.
Good morning, Senator Pierce, members of the committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Guy Bentley. I'm Director of Consumer Freedom Research at the Reason Foundation, and we're a non-profit think tank. I'd like to just say a few words about the monies that have been set aside to offset the projected revenue losses from the potential ban on flavored tobacco products, which are around less than half of what's understood to be lost as a result of the ban. Whilst we understand the impetus for bans on flavored tobacco products, it should be noted that in the absence of this prohibition, thankfully, youth smoking rates in Maine are at a historic low and falling, and even youth vaping fell dramatically last year prior to the introduction of school closures and lockdowns. Much has been said about the experience of Massachusetts and their severe revenue losses, and often debates about flavored tobacco bans revolve around the potential savings to future healthcare costs versus immediate revenue losses. But unfortunately, the experience of Massachusetts shows this to be somewhat of a misnomer. If consumption in Massachusetts does not change significantly because of out-of-state trading and switching to non-menthol but just as lethal cigarettes, the future potential healthcare savings will fail to materialize because consumption has not been driven below the previous trend. We also see similar evidence from Canada, unfortunately, which introduced a menthol cigarette flavor ban, but youth smoking rates, unfortunately, did not decline as they have been projected to do so. I would also like to say just a few words about the FDA PMTA process that was mentioned before, because thankfully, not only is there a PMTA process to evaluate all e-cigarette products on the market and determine whether the potential benefits of them outweigh any potential liabilities, which will be a very thorough review process and thankfully will be wrapped up this year, and will decide whether the FDA will approve these products like they are in other countries like the UK, where I'm sure it's painfully obvious that I'm from. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. But whether they can be approved as a tobacco harm reduction strategy, or whether they'll be taken off the market entirely as a benefit to public health. A rule has also been advanced to examine a ban on menthol cigarettes. So I'd just like to say that is also being taken up at the federal level as well to ensure that all states are treated equally and we don't have these distortions and disparities between states that take action that could potentially, I'm so sorry about that. I'll wrap up then. Thank you so much. Happy to answer any questions. And again, apologies about the interruption.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for Mr. Bentley? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next we have Mr. Martin.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Happy Thursday on this beautiful day. Let me apologize in advance in case you hear a 3-year-old in the background hopping around acting like a frog this morning. You'll know where that noise is coming from. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I'm Jim Martin from Sweetser, and I'm here today representing the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative. The collaborative supports the proposed additional funding allocated to the mental health system in the governor's change package, particularly the funding for the mental health crisis system. And we're very pleased with the level of proposed investment. It's critical that funding is allocated to the community mental health system right away for the right things. For more than 25 years, crisis services in Maine have been a key element of the mental health and substance use treatment network. Since its inception, the crisis services system has responded to thousands of Mainers experiencing a mental health crisis, helping children, adults, and families get through some of the most challenging times in their lives. Today, the crisis system, one of our safety net services, is desperately underfunded. Throughout the past year with the pandemic, the crisis system has been stretched as we continue to support vulnerable people during their crises, respond to individuals and families impacted by the opiate epidemic, and now assisting people with the mental health impact and stress of COVID. There is no doubt that the public health events over the past year have only exacerbated our challenges and have caused a sharp increase in the need for mental health support, requiring your response as members of our legislature to prioritize the necessary resources. As you know, Maine has a population of approximately 1.3 million. The state is about 320 miles long, 210 miles wide, and total area of over 33,000 miles. Across our state, we have 87 crisis workers to support services in every corner of our geography, 24/7. This is simply inadequate. With such few crisis workers available across the state, we just don't have enough staff to respond as timely as needed and as appropriate. Though the crisis system attempts to operate like first responders, we do not have the staff to respond as quickly as we need and as quickly as being requested by law enforcement. We need more flexible and predictable funding so that law enforcement will have the immediate support that they need in order to help the people that they're working with and to divert those from jail and from emergency departments. There's funding to move in this direction in the budget, which we support. However, a few of the proposals will take time to implement, and an immediate infusion of resources is really what's required as we work towards longer-term solutions. We urge you to support the change package. We also urge you to support LD 1586, which is a companion piece of legislation which would provide immediate investment in the crisis system, help us add peer supports, and again, meet the needs of our law enforcement partners. Again, these resources help create diversion options and strategies and help keep people in their community and in their home, which is where we should be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It looks like Representative Hymanson has a question.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to see you. How has telemedicine been a tool for crisis management?
It certainly has helped make contact with folks, Representative Hymanson, who can be supported over video or over the phone. However, a large proportion of time, people need in-person care, and they need that support, that live support. So it's been a tool in our toolbox, but it certainly has not been the end-all be-all. We have still been delivering care over the past year and a half in person, majority of the time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. Martin? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for your time. Next, we'll be going with Jeff McCabe, and then we'll do Hillary Snyder, and then Jeff Austin. The Honorable Mr. McCabe, nice to see you.
Good to see you. Maybe by the time we're back in person, I'll get used to that teleporting piece, but it's always a moment. I'm like, did my internet just go out? But
it's like Star Trek.
That's right. And I'm sitting on my exercise ball, and I'm thinking how I'm going to get that into the building as well when I come back. As you know, I typically bring my own furniture to appropriations. So Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Jeff McCabe. I serve as the Legislative and Political Director for Maine Service Employees Association. We are a labor union representing over 13,000 Maine workers, including workers in all three branches of Maine state government, the City of Lewiston, Lewiston Schools, the City of Auburn, and Maine Community College System. And we're here today in strong support of LD 221, which we call a number of names. The administration proposes to use increased revenue forecasted to make critical investments in working families across the state of Maine. The change package adds much needed positions in state government to help mitigate impact of forever chemicals in Maine's environment, bolster public safety, strengthen enforcement of labor standards, and expand on access and services at Maine career centers. It also includes positions to help address toxic substances and safety concerns in Maine state government work sites, thanks to the advocacy of Maine Service Employees Association members advocating last legislative session, this legislative session, and through our Building Safety Committee, $87 million will be used for stewardship of state-owned buildings to complete long overdue, badly needed repairs. Additionally, with the change package, we congratulate Governor and MSCA municipal and education workers for finally achieving 55% funding for the first time, and for the restoration of state municipal revenue sharing to 5%. These investments will help preserve critical municipal jobs, support education our students deserve, and lessen the property tax burden on our seniors and working families. The administration budget proposal also includes a restoration of funding increased for work our members do in the community college system. And these are these are all initiatives we strongly support. While this budget proposal will be instrumental to helping Maine working families recover from the pandemic and help solve many of Maine's persistent inequities, we continue to demand immediate progress on addressing low-wage work within state government pays its own employees. On average, state employees make 15% less than their counterparts throughout New England, even after adjusting for regional pay differences. According to the State of Maine Market Study dated November 20th, 2020, and you can read the report. I put a link in my testimony, which I do see is on your webpage already. Even at the top pay scale, accountants for the state of Maine make 20 and 33% less than their peers working elsewhere in the region. Chemists make less than 24% less than their counterparts. Civil engineers make 20 to 25% less. Maintenance mechanics make 31% less. Administrative workers make between 20 to 35% less. Rehabilitation counselors make 25% less, and the list goes on. We look forward to working with you and your fellow legislators, Governor Mills, and the executive branch bargaining team on a budget that respects us, protects us, and pays us. State workers have provided essential service throughout this pandemic, often at a risk to themselves and their families. It's not enough to call essential workers heroes. Their pay must reflect their essential work. As essential workers, state employees have been on the front lines of the COVID pandemic. They work at the Maine CDC, they serve as public health nurses, they plow our roads, they repair our bridges, they run our state ferries, they protect Maine's most vulnerable children and adults. They maintain our state parks, our historical sites, our public lands, and in fact, as we speak, workers in our state parks are preparing for yet another record visitor turnout, making sure each and every visitor has a safe and memorable experience. That's a tall order considering last year in Maine, the state parks welcomed over 3 million visitors just in the season alone. State workers also—
Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you for that. I'm happy to dive into more questions, happy to be part of the work session. And I will say for folks, we've provided a lot of information. I know that often when we testify, we don't necessarily provide sort of data. And I know that's been asked of us in the past. So we wanted to make sure that we included a lot of data in this testimony. Happy to answer any questions. And I will say, while we're supportive of the budget as presented, you may hear from individual members making recommendations to include other aspects within the change package. But for today, we wanted to highlight the things we were supportive of and hit on that wage aspect. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. McCabe? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
I think next we had Hillary Schneider. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. I am Hillary Schneider, Director of Government Relations for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. We are testifying in support of language parts CCC and WWW in the proposed change package. My remarks today will focus on part WWW. I ask you to read my written testimony for more details. Maine law currently prohibits the sale of flavored cigars. However, the way the law is written allows for some exemptions and has created some enforcement challenges. Part WWW builds on existing law, accounting for lessons learned from Maine's law, as well as laws and ordinances across the nation. Tobacco use is the leading preventable risk factor for cancer. Cancer impacts nearly everyone, but doesn't impact everyone equally. One of the reasons is tobacco use. Smoking is responsible for an estimated 30% of Maine cancer deaths, more than 1,000 deaths a year. Maine has the 6th highest rate of tobacco-related cancer cases in the nation and the 11th highest rate of tobacco-related cancer deaths, not metrics where we want to be a national leader. To reduce the impact of cancer, we must prevent all Maine kids from ever using tobacco products and support all those who wish to quit. In Maine, nearly 1 in 5 adults smoke cigarettes, the highest rate in the Northeast. In recent years, overall tobacco use in Maine has skyrocketed, largely due to e-cigarette use, with nearly 1 in 3 high school students using some form of tobacco product. Kids who use e-cigarettes are more likely to go on to use combustible cigarettes. More than 1 in 15 Maine high school students smoke combustible cigarettes, with a high of 1 in 8 in Washington County. 1 in 13 male high school students, including more than 1 in 10 high school male seniors, smoke cigars in Maine. Flavors are a key driver of youth tobacco use. Kids list flavors as a top reason for trying, and kids who first use tobacco products that are flavored are more likely to become current tobacco users compared to those whose first product was not flavored. Altering tobacco product ingredients and design, like adding flavors, can improve the ease of use of a product by masking harsh effects, facilitating nicotine uptake, and increasing a product's overall appeal. Regularly, I hear about Maine struggles with recruiting and retaining a skilled workforce, youth flight, and businesses' high healthcare costs, all most prominent in rural areas. Smoking costs Maine $811 million per year in direct healthcare costs, including more than $260 million in state Medicaid costs. Each Maine household pays an additional $1,000 in state and federal taxes from smoking-caused government expenditures. When opponents talk about costs from reduced tobacco sales, please consider the savings that are often not accounted for in legislative fiscal notes. The savings from reduced tobacco use related to Maine lives, our kids' future, productivity, and healthcare savings for Maine's taxpayers, individuals, families, and businesses. The question before you is, are you going to support reducing the toll of tobacco and cancer, or are you going to support an industry whose profits rely on continuing to addict new generations of tobacco users? I want to point out that the language we use to implement this policy is incredibly important. The tobacco industry has a history of masterfully capitalizing on loopholes in statutory language and using their deep pockets to try to delay or prevent laws to reduce tobacco use from going into effect. The tobacco industry is not an industry we should trust to protect the health and well-being of Mainers. Protecting Mainers from tobacco-related illness and death should not be subject to negotiation. Why would we trust the industry that created the problem with how to fix it? I'd also like to say that, thank you. And you can look, I also want to request our original testimony in 221, the additional $5 million per year in tobacco control funding that was supported by unanimous vote of the HHS committee. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see Representative Fay has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Schneider. Earlier, I thought I heard that tobacco use rates were dropping for kids. So I'm trying to figure out what's happening. Are they going up or are they going down?
So the data that was cited previously by the tobacco industry was national data. The data in my testimony is Maine data. The use of combustible cigarettes has declined for youth, but in recent years, the overall tobacco use rate for Maine kids has been increasing, largely driven to youth tobacco use, largely driven to e-cigarette use. And I can provide you, it's the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey. The latest data we had was from the 2019 survey. And there was more than doubling of e-cigarette use from the prior survey.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Representative Millett, were you raising your hand? Did I miss that? I think he's all set. Doesn't look like any other questions. Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Schneider. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And now we have Jeff Austin.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I'm here on behalf of the Maine Hospital Association to speak in favor of several aspects of the change package. Please forgive me as I look away to my notes. I have submitted all of my comments in written testimony. First, on page 101, we appreciate that the tax and match proposal is being fully funded. This was a request we made in the original biennial budget. We accept that the tax is going up by 11 million per year. We simply sought that the match be provided in an equal amount. The original budget was about $500,000 short. The supplemental budget has made up that gap, and we appreciate that. That was a unanimous recommendation of the HHS committee as well. Page 105, there is a one-time hospital relief payment. We very much appreciate that. As we've noted previously, hospitals have lost about $300 million due to the pandemic, net of federal aid. So that's after federal aid, direct federal aid has been accounted for. Some other Medicaid providers have been given pandemic rates or payments to offset drops in utilization. We have not received those. And so this is really the first meaningful relief payment we'd be getting, and we appreciate that. Third, there were two cuts proposed in the original budget to psychiatric services and curiously focused on adolescents. Both of those cuts were opposed unanimously by the Health and Human Services Committee, and both of those cuts have been removed. That's on page 100 of your change package. Number 4, it remains a thorny issue. That's the 340B federal drug discount program, where Medicaid, the Medicaid program says that it may need to change its methodology for how they reimburse hospitals for drugs that we get via the 340B program. This was actually originally proposed in the curtailment back in September. Our suggestion here is not to book any savings. We don't know what the methodology is ultimately going to be, and we don't know, and neither does the state, and we don't know what the savings is going to be. So if they need to make the methodology change, so be it. I would not book savings. Come back later once the methodology is done and we know what the savings are. We continue to believe that any savings that materialize should be plowed back into the providers that were cut and not pocketed by the state. 5, you're going to hear a lot about rate changes and COLAs, cost of living adjustments in Medicaid program. We don't believe any of those directly impact hospitals at this point, so we have no comment on it. But DHHS is due to brief the HHS committee, I think, today, and we'll double check and make sure. But at this point, we don't have comment on that. Although, as you'll see in their presentations, there's a lot of rate work that they want to do over the next 2 years. And so there's going to be a lot there. going forward. Finally, my final comment, number 6, is patients stuck in hospitals. This is probably one of the, if not the most vexing issue for our members, when they have patients that no longer or do not belong in a hospital, and yet there's no safe discharge or transfer plans. It appears, we had no idea this was coming, that DHHS is going to hire a couple of people for the population of folks who are stuck in the emergency room. And we very much appreciate that they may devote some resources to it. This is really an ongoing problem all across the state in all the hospitals. So we appreciate that. Some of my colleagues may make note of supplemental or other issues that may be addressed, but we just wanted to take our time to highlight all the positive changes that we see and to express our appreciation. So with that, I am finished, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. It looks like Senator Bailey has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Austin, the one area that you touched upon that I didn't hear you give a page number was the 340B. Do you happen to have that page number?
Yes, it's page 97 in the change package. My original testimony on the budget had the page numbers from the original budget, but all of this is in my written testimony, which I submitted probably an hour ago.
Great.
So it may not be up.
Yep, thank you.
And Representative Hymanson has a question. Oh, you're on mute, Representative.
You'd think I knew how to do that. The safe discharges from hospitals, the plan going forward, you mentioned, could you go over that again, the direction forward?
Yeah, well, obviously I would defer to DHHS to explain how these two positions, they identify two positions that they say are going to work in their critical incident system. But the specific issue here is, if you remember very, very briefly, but hospitals can hold someone involuntarily in an emergency room under the blue paper process for 24 hours. A few years ago, the legislature, extended our ability to hold people beyond 24 hours under the light blue paper process. We're supposed to, and we do, notify DHHS at the end of the 24 hours, hey, we've got somebody in our emergency room involuntarily. We're holding Jeff Austin. We're working on finding him a proper location, but you need to be made aware of that. I don't think DHHS has had any staff to receive those calls. They used to. And I think they're bringing these staff back, and those staff members may be able to help unclog the system and get a proper location secured. But I really do want to defer to DHHS because all I have is the budget document that they submitted.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Austin? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Anthony Scott and then Annie Coates. And then Ashley Brooks. Mr. Scott, are you with us?
Good morning. Yes, just trying to turn on the video.
Thank you.
You hear me?
I can hear you, but we can't see you, which we would appreciate seeing you. Ah, there you are. Good morning.
Good morning. Senator Breen, Representative Pearson, the Appropriations and Financial Appropriations Committee. My name is Anthony Scott. I'm here representing Portland Smoke and Vape. And we have 3 businesses in Portland. I'm here to oppose part of the legislation, LD 221, that deals with the budget with the attached to the flavor ban, LD 1550. A couple things with the financial impact it's going to have. One, on our business. We foresee losing quite a substantial amount of business to cross-border sales, as many of that traffic will leave the state of Maine, cross the border, as is seen in Massachusetts over the last year or so since they implemented their ban. The traffic just flowed into New Hampshire. we, unlike New Hampshire, we have a sales tax as well. So part of my question too is, with the $32 million that's going to be appropriated to the general fund to backfill this, do they take into account the sales tax that's going to be lost from these businesses and the payroll taxes that are going to be lost for employees that we have to lay off? I'd like to make a point that during this whole pandemic, our businesses stayed afloat. We were there during this time, paying our taxes the entire time and helping the economy and the Maine be able to keep running while many businesses shuttered their doors and applied for PPP. My business didn't apply for PPP money. We were forced to basically petition the administration to allow us to do curbside delivery to our customers, as we weren't deemed essential. So we dealt with that and having to conduct our business, keep all our employees fully staffed, didn't have to lay anybody off. And now all of a sudden we have, there's a potential that we're going to lose 70% of our business over a flavor ban, as we're a specialty store that deals directly with these. And it's something that you're going to ban a legal product that's, these customers are going to just move their business to another place, black market or New Hampshire. There's also another aspect to it with the PACT Act that was recently implemented through the federal process, where a lot of the customers that were online shopping now have to pay the excise tax. I can't tell you how many times, I had conversations with state representatives in the attorney's office and finding these online companies that are shipping into Maine, not paying the excise tax, probably not paying the state sales tax. They're shipping products into the state. I just heard it from a customer the other day. I have an email. I said, I apologize. In Maine, we can't do face-to-face. We can't email. We can't send anything through the mail. They emailed me back and said, no worries.
3 minutes is up.
Thank you. I found someone else in another state that will ship it to me. Is that problem going to happen? Because now we're competing with out-of-state businesses that aren't going to follow Maine law because it's legal in their state. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Mr. Scott from the committee? I'm not seeing any, but thank you so much again for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Annie Coates.
Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the AFA committee. I am Dr. Annie Coates, and I am a pediatric pulmonologist and a board member of the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I am here today to testify on behalf of Maine Health in support of the governor's proposal in her change package to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products. Maine Health has long supported strong tobacco prevention and treatment programs for our patients, employees, and communities. We know that tobacco use is one of the most preventable health problems facing our state and nation. In 2001, we established the Maine Center for Tobacco Independence. In partnership with the Maine Centers for Disease Prevention and Control, Maine Health implements the Maine Quit Link. The Maine Health Center for Tobacco Independence also works with 16 community organizations to create tobacco and smoke-free environments across Maine and help Maine youth and young adults be tobacco-free. Despite the FDA's ban on flavored cigarettes in 2009, over a decade later, the overall market for flavored tobacco products is growing. The expanding market for flavored tobacco products is undermining the nation's overall progress in reducing youth tobacco use. I care for hundreds of children across the state with serious health conditions, and I am here today because I care for too many impacted by the harmful effects of tobacco and nicotine. With 1 in 4 Maine high school students now using e-cigarettes, a rate that has nearly doubled in the past 2 years, something must be done. I would like to remind this committee that this isn't just a statistic. These are our children. 3 months ago, I was consulted on a previously healthy adolescent who was admitted to the Barbara Bush Children's Hospital Pediatric Intensive Care Unit and respiratory failure. Over the past year, he started smoking flavored e-cigarettes supplied by friends on a daily basis. His impression at the time was that he was inhaling just flavored water and that he wouldn't get addicted like his parents were to traditional cigarettes. What he didn't understand was the extent of the harmful effects of e-cigarettes and that they likely did in fact contain nicotine in them, which he had since become addicted to and had directly contributed to his critical health condition. But the damage didn't just stop there for him. He had gone from being a good student to skipping school to smoke, which resulted in failing multiple classes. Furthermore, he developed a multitude of daily symptoms, headaches, difficulty concentrating, abdominal pain, all that can be attributed to nicotine addiction. Before I close, I want to address a misconception that you will likely hear as you deliberate the governor's proposal. E-cigarettes are not an FDA-approved cessation method. For individuals looking for support to quit smoking, vaping, or other tobacco use, I encourage them to contact the main Quit link at 1-800-QUIT-NOW for free support and coaching. This is evidence-based and effective. The phone coaching program quit rate is 36% for tobacco users that complete at least 4 calls of the multi-call program compared to unassisted quit rates and generally reported as approximately 3%. As a pediatric pulmonologist, as a mother, as a resident of Maine who has dedicated my career to the health of our communities, please use your voice, your vote, and support this critical initiative. I would also like to thank Chairman Peirce, Representative Meyer, and Senator Davis for their support of the corresponding legislation LD 1550 and to end the sale of flavored tobacco products. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Dr. Coates? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And next we have Ashley Brooks.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Ashley Brooks from Oxford County Mental Health Services, and I am here on behalf of the Behavioral Health Committee Collaborative. I'm here to support the wonderful investment in mental health and substance use disorder services in the state. This is an area of the budget that is so critically necessary and is severely underfunded. I know you have heard from us about mental health service needs multiple times over the last few years, and all too often, the can has been kicked down the road, making way for other priorities. It is wonderful that we have this opportunity to make things right, and I am here to share some concerns about services in rural areas. Many of the new initiatives seem to be regionally based. My agency services Oxford, Franklin, and Androscoggin counties. A regionally based site for a drop-off or in-person crisis unit almost always means Lewiston or Auburn. That is an hour or an hour and a half for much of the population we cover. It is simply not feasible nor helpful. The other issues include short staffing, travel time to appointments that are not covered by our current rate structure, and the degree to which the challenges experienced by my counterparts in more urban and populated areas are exacerbated by isolation, increased expense, and lack of inclusion in planning that actually works on the ground in communities like mine. For an example to share with you all today, when we have a crisis worker called out from Rumford to respond to Porter, which is in Oxford County, it takes my crisis worker from Rumford to respond to Porter at least 2 hours, maybe a little bit under. That's one way. We are concerned on the feasibility of district sites in rural areas. We want to help make this work. To that end, we encourage the legislature to require in statute that the Department of Health and Human Services work with us, perhaps through Senator Breen's LD 1262 vision in planning bill, particularly in the rural areas, to shore up existing services before we move on to new projects. We look forward to helping getting this wonderful and desperately needed funding to the right people at the right time and in the right places. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Brooks? We're not seeing any, so thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Katie Fulham Harris, Kathy Kilrain Del Rio, excuse me. and then Kim Humphrey.
Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations Committee. Thank you very much for having me. I am Katie Fulham Harris of Maine Health, and I'm here to testify on a couple of the items in the budget. I have submitted more extensive written testimony, so I'm just going to focus on a couple of key issues here today. Specifically, we appreciate the governor's proposed change package includes the support for hospitals. It is much needed as we have faced at Maine Health a projected unfavorable variance to our budget of about $100 million due to the pandemic. So that will be welcome relief. In addition, we strongly support the investments in behavioral health, including in the proposed that are included in the change package, and particularly the substance use rates. These items are critical, and particularly as we identify ways to improve the continuum of behavioral health services. But just as the change package includes several important priorities, it fails to include some others. And so to stabilize the state's behavioral health system, we've identified the need to support inpatient psychiatric beds in Sanford, as well as a broad array of community mental health services that serve as the foundation for people with mental health needs. Specifically related to Sanford, Maine Health invested in 40 new psychiatric inpatient beds on the Goodall Hospital campus. These beds replace the 12-bed unit that was previously in the Biddeford campus, and it expands the capacity greatly to provide state-of-the-art and destigmatizing inpatient treatment for York and Cumberland counties. The beds were developed with the department's promise that it would support a reimbursement rate that reflects the actual cost of providing care to Maine Care patients who receive treatment in the new units, and that promise has not been fulfilled, causing challenges as we try to pay for additional staffing costs to open all 40 beds. In addition, community-based services such as medication management and ACT teams are starved by the state's failure to update the rates in over a decade. We were hoping to see those get addressed in this proposal, but they are not. Yesterday, Maine Behavioral Health Care had 1,216 patients who had been referred for community services over the last 3 months, but have not yet seen a provider. We're averaging 25 patients per day who are stuck in our hospital emergency departments awaiting transfer to an appropriate level of care. So we really feel that we have to support a foundation of community mental health services before we are able to invest in new ones. And the workforce is the other big priority for us. At the same time that the state's workforce shortage is having a significant impact on hospitals and other healthcare providers, as you've heard today. Yesterday, we had 471 nursing vacancies, and we're currently trying to recruit 65 physicians. As Maine's largest healthcare system, we really seek innovative ways to address this shortage, some of which involve collaborating with other institutions. And so we are supporting the community college system's plans to increase the number of nurse graduates through an expansion of its license-based programs. And I think you heard from Mr. Dagler this morning related to that. Finally, I would share Jeff Austin's concern related to the cut to the 340B program, so I will not reiterate his testimony there. In conclusion, our hospitals and health systems have really provided the backbone for a successful pandemic response over the last 15 months. And I think we as a state have a lot to be proud of. At the same time, we've maintained our commitment to providing high quality care to our communities. In fact, all 5 eligible Maine Health hospitals received a Leapfrog A quality and safety rating just last couple weeks ago. And the Loan Institute recently recognized Maine Medical Center as the 6th best hospital in the country for appropriate utilization. And I am all set. So I really do appreciate your time and hope that we can work together to address some of the gaps that continue to exist in the budget. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It looks like Representative Hymanson might have a question.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Can you update us on what's happening in the Sanford facility?
Absolutely. So we have about an average of 25 patients per day. So you may recall there were 12 beds in Biddeford. We have developed 40 beds. We are currently staffed for 25. So we have an average of about 25 patients there per day, and we are hoping to fully staff that and have all of those beds available by the end of the summer. But as you know, we are losing money with every main care discharge, and so it makes it much more difficult to manage that staffing challenge.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Fulman-Harris? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here and thank you for your time. Thanks for your patience too.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
We next have Kathy Kilrain Del Rio. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Kilrain Del Rio. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Director of Campaigns and Healthcare Advocacy for Maine Equal Justice, a nonprofit civil legal aid provider working to increase economic security, opportunity, and equity for people in Maine. Our organization works directly with low-income people to help them navigate systems that can help them meet the basic needs of themselves and their families. We also work together to identify solutions to poverty that can help move low-income people from crisis to security. There are proposals in this change package that can make a meaningful difference in the lives of low-income Mainers, and there are still opportunities to strengthen this budget proposal even more. We are excited to see the proposal to create an adult dental benefit in the Maine Care program. Access to comprehensive dental care is vital for our overall health and well-being. This proposal will have a significant impact on the health of Maine Care members, and it's also a smart investment for our state with an estimated broader economic impact to Maine of $21.6 million annually. We urge you to support this. All Mainers need access to health care, but we still have harmful gaps in access for too many people in our state. We were happy to see the proposal to ensure Maine Care and CHIP are available to income-eligible Mainers who are under 21 or pregnant, regardless of their immigration status. This change will have a positive impact on the health of those Mainers, as well as improving our public health overall. My written testimony includes additional data about why this proposal will literally save lives. We urge you to support this proposal and also ask that you include Maine Care coverage for older Mainers, adults with disabilities, and other adults regardless of their immigration status, as also proposed in LD 718. Being uninsured leads to poorer quality of health care, lower rates of preventive care, and greater probability of death. It also leads to economic hardships. Immigrants bring vitality, leadership, and economic growth to our state. Ensuring that they have health care that they need will help make a smart investment in Maine's future, and it's the right thing to do. We also support the proposed expansion of the property tax fairness credit, as well as conformity on the earned income tax credit. Expanding these tax credits will provide much needed financial relief to low-income Mainers struggling due to the pandemic, and at the same time will boost our economy by infusing more money into it. We are also excited about the proposal to increase from 500 to 800 the number of HOPE students that Maine can serve. This will have a positive impact for families across our state. There are two additional issues I want to encourage you to consider including as you finalize this budget. The first is to include funding for civil legal aid programs through the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund, a need that is also addressed by LD 1326. Civil legal aid programs represent low-income Mainers with some of the most pressing matters they face. At current levels of support for civil legal aid services, most low-income Mainers are on their own without legal help. Ensuring a strong and equitable economic recovery and basic access to justice for Maine people going forward must include access to robust civil legal services throughout the state. We hope you'll consider additional funding for Maine civil legal aid providers. Finally, Maine is in the midst of a housing crisis and faces a shortage of 20,000 affordable housing units. This past year has highlighted the connection between the lack of affordable housing and negative health outcomes for people in Maine. We applaud the governor's decision to dedicate $50 million from the federal funds to affordable housing, and we strongly encourage this legislature to dedicate the funds necessary to create the housing needed to solve our affordable housing crisis, either in the budget or through another funding vehicle. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Kilrain Del Rio? I'm not seeing any. We really appreciate you being here today. Thanks for your patience. And next we have Kim Humphrey.
Good morning still. My name is Kim Humphrey and I'm from Auburn. I'm the mother of Daniel. He's an adult with severe autism living in a group home. And I'm the founder and president of Community Connect Maine, a 501c3 organization. I urge you to amend LD 221 to include funding supporting direct care wages to 125% above minimum wage, as amended and passed by the Health and Human Service Committee already in LD 1573. I was a member of the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission as a consumer family voice. the commission made it clear that above all of the other wonderful innovations, recommendations that I also support, that the 125% above minimum wage was the most important, and that's what's needed for the people in Maine that are on the ground. My son went to an out-of-state program at age 11 and came back at age 20 because in-home supports were too inconsistent for him to make progress in Maine. When his needs aren't met, he loses hard-earned skills and becomes aggressive. It's very predictable. He loves his community and does well when his needs are met, and the group home model works for him. He requires 24/7 style of prompting. That's how he learns. That's how he functions. This kind of care requires more than a family can do. This staffing crisis, if not resolved, will unravel his program and derail his life. Yesterday, I was devastated when I went to his annual meeting and I learned that the leadership in the organization, many of the leaders, are already gone because they can't do their jobs. They're gone. Decades of experience, gone. My family, we've lived through the horrors of this before, and you cannot quickly replace experience once it's gone. It's a unique population. This administration says that the reason why homes have not been more supported by them is because they want to reform the system. The expense of funding a group home becomes permanent. And they use the analogy like the money turns into concrete. And they also want to leverage group homes to innovate by starving them of resources. They say that the new system is going to be better. Well, I support innovation. The new system does not exist. Who shoulders the burden? By not providing enough to keep programs viable for a subpopulation that depends on them, it's like turning suffering and life devoid of hope into something like concrete. So where would my son even go? Not spending the money to meet his needs or people like him, it's not a cost saving, it's a cost shift. He's the kind of person who will end up in a hospital or out of state or jail. I can't change what is currently happening to this support system, but you can. Please amend this budget to 125% above minimum wage. These workers are worth much more than that. And so are the lives of the people like Daniel and the people that depend on them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions for Ms. Humphrey? Again, thank you for sharing your testimony and your patience. Appreciate you being here. Next, we'll bring over Richard Hooks and Richard Erb and Richard Marianos. Sure, I did all of those incorrectly. Mr. Hooks, Wayman, I guess you had two names, sorry.
No, that's great. Thank you and good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Richard Hooks Wayman, and I am testifying on behalf of Volunteers of America, Northern New England, and as a member of the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative. Volunteers of America, VOA, is a statewide nonprofit organization and faith-based group dedicated to serving those in need. I serve as the president and CEO of VOA, and I reside in Portland. VOA is proud to offer high-quality housing and social services to low-income older Mainers, veterans, and persons with disabilities. Governor Mills and this administration deserve praise for offering new investments in our community-based behavioral health system. This bill offers a remarkable array of new funding for which we are thankful. For many years, our collaborative has been sounding the alarm of our crumbling capacity to meet the needs of children and adults living with mental health disabilities and substance use disorders. We are grateful this day has come. I come today, however, to reiterate a theme this legislature has heard from many sectors: workforce recruitment, and workforce retention. Among the collaborative members, we have approximately 15% of our positions currently vacant. Many of those positions have been vacant for over 30 days, 90 days. Turnover is high and debilitating. At one point this year, VOA had over 20 vacancies in our mental health residential treatment program with only 1 or 2 new applicants per week. Our hiring struggles put added stress to our wonderful but exhausted team members and results in a denial of services to many. Today, there are over 1,000 people who wait for outpatient therapy, a bedrock of any community-based behavioral health system. And workforce shortages are not limited to just direct care service professionals. Our collaborative agencies have troubles filling licensed clinicians, nurses, and psychiatrists. We applaud and support efforts in this budget to address workforce issues. However, in reviewing the administration's behavioral health plans and this funding proposal, important questions remain. At this time, we do not know the timing or the amount of funding to our specific nonprofit organizations. Neither do we know whether or not it will be adequate enough for us to compete with McDonald's, Walmart's, and the hospitality sector. To that end, I testify today because we see Part 2 budget as requiring the adoption of 2 tandem policy proposals. First, we urge the passage and inclusion of Representative Fay's bill, LD 1573, which would offer essential support workers a pay increase right now. These are the professionals who sacrificed and showed up every day to get our communities through the COVID pandemic. Secondly, we urge you to pass Senator Breen's bill, LD 1262, which calls for the development of a comprehensive statewide strategic and financial plan for behavioral health services. This plan could help the administration better allocate new funding. Thank you for hearing my remarks today, and I'm happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your public service to the communities of Maine.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Hooks-Wayman? I don't see any. Thank you again for your patience, and we're glad you were able to testify.
Thank you again.
You bet. Mr. Erb, thank you for being here.
Good to be here. Good morning, Senator. Members of the committee. My name is Rick Erb. I'm the president and CEO of Maine Healthcare Association. We represent nursing homes and assisted living facilities. I testify today recognizing that the change package includes an appropriation for long-term care and COVID-19, but wanting to go on record as stating that the amount of additional funding is not sufficient to meet the needs of providers during this crisis. Perhaps more than any other setting, nursing homes and assisted living facilities have been at the center of the COVID-19 battle. The average age of our residents is in the mid-80s, and their eligibility for long-term care services means that they are in the most vulnerable category for complications from the disease. In April 2020, the Maine Department of Health and Human Services provided temporary rate increases to long-term care facilities. Unfortunately, these were taken away 3 months later. The state would then provide rate relief only when facilities were in an active COVID-19 outbreak. The extraordinary costs to keep the virus out of facilities and to pay staff what might be considered hazard pay would not be recognized by Maine Care programs. Fortunately, the federal government did provide financial relief directly to facilities last year. This is the main reason that they remain solvent. Unfortunately, federal funds dried up as 2020 came to a close. The chances of receiving meaningful relief from the federal government in 2021 are appearing slim. Our members, in conjunction with the Barry Dunn accounting firm, have projected that a full year's losses from increased COVID-19 costs and reduced facility revenues will total $180 million. The change package you are considering includes $10 million in state funds for nursing homes and assisted living facilities combined. This translates to $40 million when matching federal funds are included, an excellent start, but not sufficient to do the job. In 2019, Maine nursing homes operated with a margin of 1/4%. In the 3 previous years, they operated with negative margins. They were in no position to shoulder the cost that COVID-19 brings. Long-term care providers are facing the greatest workforce shortage any of us can remember. Market demand for labor has driven up wages, especially among direct caregivers. Those employees deserve that and more, but main care rates don't reflect that in their payments to facilities. The labor shortage also has another impact. It prevents nursing homes from admitting new residents. This decreases the number that we can serve and the payments that we receive, so it becomes a vicious circle. During the state of emergency, the federal government is providing states with significantly higher Medicaid match. Shouldn't the additional matching funds on long-term care expenditures be used to support facilities? That hasn't been the case. If for now fewer residents are being served in long-term care facilities, that also has an impact on the state budget. Could those savings be used to help offset the increased operating costs created by COVID-19?
3 minutes.
So in conclusion, we appreciate the relief that is included in the change package, but ask the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee to consider whether this is an adequate response and to take steps to improve it. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Erb? I'm not seeing any. Again, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Next, we have Richard Marianos. How'd I do with your last name?
Marianos. My grandfather would be very proud. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Rich Marianos. I'm the retired assistant director for ATF, currently a professor at Georgetown University, a member of the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and a member of the Senior Executive Service under President Barack Obama. What I'm wanted to spend some time with talking is the opposition to LD 1550. Very simply, in terms of quick points, I don't want to take up a lot of time because you've been very gracious listening to people, is prohibition doesn't work and the increase in taxes creates crime. And the main focus that I wanted to say that a big part of a public health strategy is you have to have a public safety strategy to work with it. And I ask you to take a look at this from a holistic approach. Tobacco crimes along the Eastern Seaboard right now are, give or take, about a $10 billion industry. And the last time that Maine increased their taxes, 18% of the sales moved to the criminal market to other states. As I hear other people testify in terms of financial constraints that you're under, just by taking flavors or menthols out of the picture, you're going to lose approximately $50 million. And there's other ways I think that are better suited right now in our economic times, or towards police reform, or ways we could spend this money to try to enhance the quality of life for the citizens of Maine. When I talk about the creation of crime, what it has done in many cities is it's created a market where street corners are selling Lucy cigarettes for $2 a piece among street gangs and high value targets, where some people from Hamas to terrorist organizations have been involved in selling cigarettes to make millions and millions of dollars of profit. And that's not what we want to support. Let's not be like Massachusetts. Let's try not to be the second state to be part of the crisis that they're under, one financially and criminally, to ban flavored tobacco products all the way around. It's just not good business. It's not good for the quality of life. And it also, when we're looking at police reform right now, and we're going to try to enforce cigarette enforcement against a group of people that are in tune with having to serve and protect. Serve and harass is not what we're looking to do in the law enforcement community. And I ask you to please take that into consideration. What we want to do is to get police and law enforcement in a better position with community, instead of trying to bring that, what I call the Ferguson effect, or a wedge involved in it. If you have any questions, please, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thanks for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Marianos? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all your service, and keep up the good work up there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Rob Wood and Sarah Austin. and then Sarah Woodbury. Mr. Wood, are you with us? Ah, wonderful.
Yes.
Nice to see you. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you so much, Representative Peirce and members of the committee. It's great to be with you today. My name is Rob Wood. I'm the Director of Government Relations and Climate Policy for the Nature Conservancy in Maine. Here to testify in support of the governor's budget change package. There are a lot of elements of the change package that we're strongly supportive of. It's tough to figure out exactly where to focus with 3 minutes. But I did want to start by highlighting a program that's really critical to our conservation work at the Nature Conservancy and also to towns across the state. And that is the 2.5 million annual allocation at the Department of Environmental Protection for the DEP's Municipal Stream Crossing Upgrade Grant Program. This is otherwise known as the Culvert Replacement Program. It helps municipalities replace undersized and aging culverts with upgraded culverts that allow for increased stream flow beneath roads. And these more natural stream flows allow for both improved fish and wildlife passage, and they also significantly reduce susceptibility to flood damage, and they improve road safety. More than 10 million has been awarded to municipalities for culvert upgrades to date through this program. Altogether, these projects represent close to 200 miles of upstream habitat restored for native fish like brook trout and the many sea run fish species that use our waters in Maine, like alewives. And these investments have also been really good for Maine's economy. They create and preserve local jobs in construction, fisheries, and environmental engineering. And I think it's also worth pointing out that these culvert upgrades that are in DEP's budget are strongly supported by Maine voters. The program has been funded by bonds that were approved by voters in 2014, 2017, 2018, and 2019. So there's strong support for the program. It's also benefited voters across the state. There have been 130 culvert upgrades funded so far, with projects completed as far south as York and as far north as Fort Kent. So really touching down in all corners of the state. So we're strongly supportive of that budget allocation. And if I have just another minute, I just want to touch on a couple of other pieces of the budget that we're very strongly supportive of as well. You heard earlier from Ms. Dufour from MMA about the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the Future, the additional resources that are allocated there. TNC, the Nature Conservancy, we've been supporting municipal climate resilience and energy efficiency projects for several years, and we know from firsthand experience that lack of funding and lack of technical support are the two biggest barriers to getting projects done. And we think this budget line item will really address those barriers head on. We're also supportive of the 6 new land use licensing positions at DEP, which we think will be really helpful in supporting the permitting of clean energy projects and balancing clean energy with natural resource uses. And then similarly for the additional FTEs and funding at the Governor's Energy Office and the Department of Marine Resources, in part to support a science-based approach to clean energy in the Gulf of Maine.
3 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. I'll stop there and just say thank you for the opportunity and have a lot more in my written testimony and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Wood? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Austin.
Morning. Good to see you all, Representative Peirce and members of the Appropriations Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Sarah Austin. I'm a tax and budget policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and here to testify in support of many of the proposals, as well as offer suggestions for inclusion. My written testimony is much longer than 3 minutes, so I will do my best to summarize. First of all, we're very enthusiastically supportive of full funding of education and revenue sharing. That is such an important marker for the state to meet, and very supportive of that. Also very supportive of changes to the tax code that expand the earned income tax credit for tax year 2021, and also changes to the property tax fairness credit to expand the reach of those credits in Maine communities. We are also very supportive of Part CCC and D that improve access and equity in Maine's healthcare system by treating dental care as regular health coverage under the Maine care system, and also expanding coverage for immigrant children and pregnant adults. Although we definitely support including all immigrants in that inclusion, because we know that children's coverage is very much tied to their parents' coverage, and their ability to get coverage is how we make sure that all kids will be covered. So really support that change to make that even better. Finally, we're very supportive of the state of Maine grant increase that is long overdue and something that the legislature recommended back in 2014. So this will be an important part of making college more affordable for low-income students, and also very supportive of the additional staffing in the Department of Labor to bring our enforcement of labor laws into line with other states of similar size, and also with historic Maine abilities to enforce labor laws too. So in terms of things we would hope to add to this package to give a bigger impact for Maine communities, first is full funding of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial and Indigenous and Maine tribal populations. They have a very big work plan in front of them, and funding that at a higher level is certainly needed to make sure that they're able to get that work done. We're also supportive for other expansions for health coverage that will cover more children, immigrants, as I mentioned earlier, and new mothers. And LDs are included in my testimony for that. And also we are supportive of including a couple of pieces that will help bolster caregiving in the state of Maine. First is by funding a pilot program that's created by LD 296 that would create a pilot program to better understand the needs of family caregivers in the state of Maine, and also create a grant for family caregivers that are doing unpaid work. It's a really important work to help seniors age in place. And also we suggest a change to conformity to better the state's credits that conform to the Child Independent Care Credit, the federal level. There are ways to simplify that credit that I put into my testimony that will help improve the impact of that. I will leave it there and refer you to my written testimony. Thank you so much for your time today. I know it's a long slog, and for the opportunity to submit testimony. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Austin? I do not see any. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And next we have Sarah Woodbury.
Pardon me, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
Sorry, Ms. Woodbury, I just want to chime in for a second. I just want to announce, consistent with our committee rules, that we're going to cease taking new signups in 30 minutes from now. So if there are folks who want to testify for this public hearing, they will need to sign up with our committee analyst, our committee clerk rather, in the next 30 minutes to do that. So, and then once we have all the signups, we will continue to hear everybody, but I just want to let everybody know we're going to cease signups, new signups in 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Woodbury.
Thank you and good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pearce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I am here to testify in support of LD 221, specifically the portions that relate to PFAS funding. LD 221 includes $40 million for PFAS cleanup and remediation, $25 million to the Department of Environmental Protection to support the long-term efforts of abating, cleaning up, or mitigating the threats or hazards posed by perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, and $15 million to the Department of Ag for the purpose of abating, cleaning up, and mitigating, as well as helping out impacted agricultural producers in the state and the food supply. So additionally, the budget calls for the creation of several positions under the DEP and DACF to help with PFAS contamination across the state. Maine is currently in the midst of a PFAS contamination crisis. You have all heard the story of Fred Stone and the contaminated dairy farm, which is destroyed due to PFAS contamination as a result of state-sanctioned spreading of industrial and municipal sludge. Fred Stone's land is now practically worthless, and he is not the only farmer or landowner impacted. We have seen the recent stories about Tozier Farm, along with over 100 wells and properties surrounding that farm in Fairfield, Benton, and Unity Township that have also been contaminated with toxic PFAS. Additionally, there are wells in Presque Isle, Holton, and Trenton, which are also contaminated with PFAS. Exposure to PFAS contamination has destroyed their livelihood and in some contributed to health issues they are facing. The state needs to provide funding and resources to these communities to help ease their burden. In addition to the funding needed to help ease the burden of impacted communities, funding is also needed for testing and other cleanup issues across the state. There are a couple of bills that went through ENR that require the DEP to do some testing, and there's funding needed to do that testing. The state does not have the resources necessary to deal with the contamination. This $40 million would provide much needed resources for the state to help with the process. Additionally, the extra staff called for in the budget would also provide much needed staffing help for departments that are already struggling with the important work and for PFAS and cleanup and remediation. Just a quick note that the toxics program under DEP has one staff person. There's currently only one person in the DEP that is kind of tasked to deal with the toxics portion, and that's the PFAS stuff. So they desperately need more staff. It is important that the state has funding available to investigate the sources of contamination and to provide remediation and assistance to citizens whose livelihoods have been impacted by exposure to these toxic chemicals. This funding will help make that happen. And so therefore we urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 221 and include the resources necessary for the communities to clean up this PFAS contamination. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Woodbury? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll have Mike Sherwood. And then Michael Madden. And then Michael Kebe.
Mr. Madden already went.
Oh, he did? Excuse me. So we do Mike Sherwood. And then we'll also bring over Mallory Shaughnessy, excuse me. Mr. Mike Sherwood, are you with us?
You got me now?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
I just stepped away from the cash register at my store, so I'm going to lack video today. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
I'm just going to testify voice. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Sherwood. I'm a resident of Old Orchard Beach, Maine, and I'm the owner of the Norway and Biddeford Smoke Shops. I've worked in the last 40 plus years in the convenience store and smoke shop field. I'm here to testify against the banning of flavored tobacco products, menthol, etc. I estimate that it would cost my two locations about $1 million in sales annually, which is about 15 to 20% of my sales. This would be devastating to our profitability and force us to make some tough decisions. This bill, the part of it that bans flavored tobacco products, just affects too many categories, and I'll just recite a few of them. It's cigarettes is the obvious one, cigars, smokeless tobacco, which is kind of your Copenhagen and Grizzly type items, electronic cigarettes, which you've heard a lot of testimony about today, and vapor products. It would be devastating to my locations, and I urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sherwood. Are there any questions for Mr. Sherwood? We'll let you get back to your cash register. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Next, we have Michael you're going to have to help me with your last name. I apologize.
Thank you, Representative Purse. Cabeda is how you pronounce it, but feel free to call me Michael. Senator Breen and distinguished members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabeda, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. And on behalf of our members, I'm here to testify in support of a slightly amended version of LD 221. We strongly suggest increased funding for the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations, increased funding for substance use recovery and harm reduction services, and increased funding for the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. In its brief existence, the Permanent Commission has done important work on a shoestring budget of $50,000. Last summer, the commissioners, who are all volunteers and interested legislators, analyzed more than 400 bills that were carried over when the legislature adjourned. This was a Herculean effort done with little staff and hundreds of volunteer hours. And it's not the kind of effort that's sustainable without significant aid. The governor's budget recommends $500,000 for the Permanent Commission. Although a commendable start, we request that the committee augment this amount. We also commend the administration for additional funding for the executive director of the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services, but there is no other funding provided for indigent legal services. The Sixth Amendment Center, a national organization with expertise on the right to counsel, was hired by the legislature to do an investigation. It found that attorney qualification standards for indigent defense are too lenient and training is inadequate, and that oversight is practically non-existent. The Sixth Amendment Center provided a list of recommendations for the state to pursue to come into compliance with the federal Constitution. After 2 years, none of the most important substantive recommendations have been adopted. The legislature ought to ensure that MCILS, the Indigent Services Agency, has the funding to do what's necessary to bring Maine into compliance with the Sixth Amendment to the federal Constitution. This will save the state money from lawsuits in the long run, and it will ensure that we are upholding the Constitution. We have in our written testimony suggestions for how to improve funding for harm reduction services and for substance use recovery centers. She is queued up to testify after me. Heartedly agree with her testimony, even though we haven't heard it yet. I will stop there and urge you all to read my written testimony. Thank you for your attention, and happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your patience. Is there anyone that has questions today for Mr. Kabadi? How do I do? Say it one more time for me, please.
Kabeda.
Kabeda. Kabeda. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kabeda? Seeing none, we appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mallory Shaughnessy. I'm stumbling right now. I might need a little break. And then we have Melody Piper. So thank you so much. Please go ahead.
You've been at this for quite a while, and it is Shaughnessy. So good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy. I'm a resident of Westbrook and the Executive Director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. On behalf of the Alliance, I am here to speak in favor of the governor's change package. Governor Mills and this administration deserve high praise for offering exciting new initiatives and investments in our community-based behavioral health system. It's without a doubt one of the most far-reaching and impactful budget packages I believe this committee has ever seen. The improved state revenues combined with the federal investments have given us a once-in-a-generation opportunity for transformation. I will speak glowingly to some of these initiatives in a moment, but first I want to share some concerns about what is missing and the important work that we are asking you as the Appropriations Committee to do before this budget package is finalized. The foundation of our behavioral health system of care is not sound and has seen its cracks and instabilities grow due to the pandemic. We haven't invested in these foundational services for far too many years. We've been here many times discussing this, and this change package is missing immediate investments in some of these services. There are many more Mainers that need intensive residential care with extra supports and guidance that we have spaces to treat. There are far more Mainers in need of community-based care and support than we can attend to, with waitlists for basic behavioral health services rising weekly. The opioid epidemic has not abated, and we still average 10 overdose deaths a week. There are many examples of severe access challenges across the state. They are listed in my written testimony. The bottom line is that behavioral health care in Maine is at a crisis point. It needs swift action. We ask this committee to thoroughly review and incorporate several pieces of legislation that have received unanimous bipartisan support from the Health and Human Services Committee and bring them into this change package. These are bills that we ask you to incorporate are listed in my written testimony with links to the bills. They are investments in foundational mental health services such as outpatient therapy, medication management and ACT services for the severely mentally ill, substance use treatment and expanding case management for those struggling with addiction, and critically needed investments in our essential workforce. You have heard a lot about workforce. It is critically needed to invest in now. Given these requested investments to ensure the stability of the foundation of our system, we delightfully endorse and support new behavioral health initiatives in the governor's change package. Excuse the roosters in the background. I don't know if you're hearing them. But this is the glowing endorsement part of my testimony. These new investments outlined in the change package before you can be truly transformational for Maine's future. With a solid foundation through your work and these initiatives that fill in so many of the missing pieces in the continuum of care, Maine could be a place where all our residents and their families could live and thrive in their own home communities. We wholeheartedly endorse several initiatives and we encourage your support of them. I've listed them out in my written testimony. But one I will mention, one that I think is amazingly forward-thinking, and I'm thrilled to see included, is establishing the infrastructure and conducting work to enable implementation of the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic model, the CCBHC. The Alliance has been a strong supporter of this new model of care and would urge you all to investigate the National Council on Mental Wellbeing CCBHC Success Center for additional information. I have a link in my testimony to that. It brings me great hope for the future of mental health and crisis care in Maine. And on a final note, on behalf of both the Alliance and myself, as someone who has struggled to remain a former smoker, we would like to thank the governor and the co-sponsors of LD 1550 for their leadership in taking the major step toward preventing tobacco use and nicotine addiction among Maine youth and young adults by banning the sale of the flavored tobacco. These fun flavors are simply a new gambit to market a tough to quit habit to tweens and teens. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak to this change package. We urge you to invest in the foundation of our behavioral health care system and endorse the innovative and valuable initiatives in the governor's change package. I'd be happy to answer any questions, bring any more information that you might need. Just let me know.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for your Rooster's testimony as well. We appreciate
Yeah,
hearing that.
they just do this all day.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Shaughnessy? I don't see it this time. I appreciate your patience and thank you for being here for your testimony.
Thank you.
For the people who are in our attendee list right now, a number of you signed up yesterday to testify, and I'm wondering if you could raise your hands so that we can address the people who signed up and then the people who are coming on sort of this morning. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. We'll go to Maggie Hoffman and then Lisa Harvey McPherson. And then Jess Moyer. Oh, I'm sorry. And Melody Piper was in here first. We're sort of, we had already pulled her over. Is Melody Piper here? Oh, she left us.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you're there. Oh, I'm sorry. People are moving around. Oh, I see your hand is up. Okay, thank you. Are you able to do your video for us?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
No, thank you. I'm Melody Piper, Operations Director for the Maine Human Rights Commission. First, I just wanted to thank the committee and also the administration for the work they've done considering the budget. And we as the commission only have one initiative that was in the governor's recommended budget that in LD 221 that we're asking for the committee to consider a modification on page 65 of the the governor's change package. The commission had requested funding for an approved range change for 6 Maine human rights investigators. This initiative requires a little bit of clarification in order to accurately authorize the funding. and reflect the intent of the initiative as it was submitted by the commission to the Judiciary Committee. This initiative requires 100% general fund support, and that acknowledges our limited available federal funding resources. So the modified initiative represents the votes of the Judiciary Committee in their report back and does require additional allocation language, as well as a revision to the expenditure lines. The initiative should add the following language: reallocates 5% of 4 human rights investigators positions to the general fund to cover increased costs. In addition to that, the supporting funding change is to remove the federal funding expenditure lines and adjust the general fund personal services accordingly. The adjusted amounts for the initiative would be, for the general fund expenditures line would be $47,147 for 22 and $41,974 for fiscal year 23. And I can provide a corrected initiative as I had developed with the Bureau of Budget to the committee clerk. Thank you for your time and consideration. I think that it was just an omission of the data entry upload from the Bureau of Budget to the governor's change package. So the clarifying language would allow for this initiative to actually be entered appropriately by the budget office after it's approved. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Piper? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Next, we have Lisa Harvey McPherson.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here today to comment on behalf of Northern Light Health in support of the supplemental budget. COVID-19 has had a significant impact on our system, but we are honored to care for the people of Maine as we move through this pandemic together. We are also very honored regarding our work to vaccinate the people of Maine. I have updated information in my testimony. I referred to a specific number, but I can share with you as of today, we have provided over 262,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccine to the people of Maine. COVID-19 had a significant financial impact on us, and even with $88 million in CARES funding, we still ended fiscal year 2020 with an $82.6 million loss. We continue to struggle financially today. Jeff Austin, my colleague, did a great overview of the hospital pieces of the budget. I won't repeat his testimony, but his sentiment clearly reflected our sentiment also. I want to express appreciation on behalf of Northern Light Acadia Hospital that the proposed reduction in their outpatient service reimbursement from the Maine Care program has been eliminated from the budget. We are deeply appreciative. This would have had a devastating impact on outpatient mental health services as well as our telepsychiatry program. This afternoon, we will learn more in the Health and Human Services Committee about various rate adjustments, but I do want to highlight I will be looking for rate adjustment support for LD 1543, a resolve that directs the Department of Health and Human Services to adjust rates for certain home care programs regarding registered nursing services and medically complex home care services. Home care has been a foundational response in our ability to meet the needs of COVID patients, caring for them at home as well as in our communities. I will also be looking for support to adjust ambulance rates. A special work group was convened dedicated to addressing the crisis in ambulance services, and their recommendations have been supported by the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee, as well as the Health and Human Services Committee. So I'll be looking for those Medicaid adjustments. You've heard from my colleague, Katie Fulham Harris, and the leader of the community college system about Maine's nursing crisis. And you've heard from me for years about Maine's nursing workforce crisis, and it continues to become more severe. For Northern Light Health today, we're recruiting for 274 registered nurses, and Maine is on track to have a shortage of 2,700 registered nurses by 2025. We need to increase the number of graduates in our nursing programs to 1,050 per year. Key to doing that is addressing our faculty shortage. On the table today is LD 119, a bill that would fund the nurse faculty loan repayment program. The bill asks for one-time funding of $1 million to support nurses with master's degrees and doctoral degrees to offset the cost of their loans in exchange for teaching in a Maine program for 5 years. We will look for your support for that piece of legislation. And we're also partnering, as you heard, with the community college system to increase the capacity of the community colleges to produce new eligible licensed associate degree nurses. And I've certainly had discussion with leadership at the community college system on the role that Northern Light Health can play in expanding student capacity. So with that, I will conclude my testimony and welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Harvey McPherson? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. Next, we have Jess Morrow, excuse me.
Thank you. Greetings, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations Committee. I want to thank you for your hard work this session on these very difficult budget issues. My name is Jess Maurer. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Council on Aging, and I'm testifying in favor of LD 221, although we are urging amendments to the bill. We had hoped the change package would contain critical funding for 3 bills that received unanimous support from the Health and Human Services Committee. These include LD 485, which provides critically needed structural funding for Meals on Wheels, without which thousands of qualified recipients will lose access to the program as soon as emergency federal funding runs out. LD 1360, which eliminates wait lists in several state-funded and Maine Care programs, including 980 older and disabled people waiting to access Section 63 and Chapter 11 home care, and LD 1573, which reduces Maine's essential support workforce shortage by increasing pay of all essential support workers across all populations and in all settings. Unfortunately, the change package did not include funding for these critically needed investments, and we urge you to amend it to fully fund these bills. What does it mean to live in a just society? It means that people are responsible for their individual actions, and we come together to solve societal issues that are too challenging for one person to solve alone. Every day in Maine, thousands of people wake up to what they think is an individual problem, a problem that is theirs to solve alone. Older people are asking friends and loved ones to help them to do what paid professionals are supposed to do. Workers who are taking care of aging parents and adults with disabilities are leaving jobs to provide that support. And older people who have chosen to live fully integrated into our communities are now moving into nursing homes because they cannot find home care. These people are paying a very high price, as is our economy, due to our inaction on these issues. The lack of support workers in Maine, workers who help people get out of bed, showered, dressed, and fed, is not an individual problem to solve. It is our collective problem to solve, and it needs to be solved now. Our essential workforce shortage is getting worse the longer we wait to act. Despite rate increases for home care workers, the number of unstaffed hours of home support for older and disabled people in Section 19 has doubled over the last 5 years. Providers cannot compete for workers in the current climate with the rates that are being paid. This means more people will go without support. We need vision, will, and a clear plan to grow an essential support workforce in Maine, ready and able to meet the current and future needs of Mainers. The report on the Commission to Study Long-Term Care Workforce Issues gives us a roadmap, but we must implement the report recommendations, and we must invest in the necessary solutions. We are at a perfect moment to do this. We can use ARPA funds to pay for rate increases for 1.5 years to shore up a workforce decimated by COVID-19 and establish a commission to study and recommend funding solutions to Maine's growing personal support workforce shortage to find a permanent solution. The commission would study how to reform and adequately supplement funding for Maine's essential support workforce infrastructure to promote equity, sustainability, and predictability in delivering of the services. We urge the committee to prioritize funding LDs 485 and 1360 and 1573 through the budget and/or use of ARPA funds for a period of time, and to establish a commission to study and recommend funding solutions to Maine's essential support workforce shortage. With these requests, we urge you to vote in favor, with these amendments, we urge you to vote in favor of LD 221. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Fay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned section 19, and I thought I read somewhere that there weren't anyone on the wait list. And let me just back up, because I asked Mr. Kovalewis the same question. We talk a lot about sections, and I think when we talk about sections, sometimes we don't understand who is being served. So you mentioned section 63 and section 19 specifically. So I guess I'm curious about what is happening there, who isn't getting served, and what that looks like on the ground.
Sure. And I think, without giving a big, everybody, so Medicaid in relation to older people is gauged against their eligibility for nursing home care. And that's just the way it is. And so for people who are nursing home eligible, but who would prefer to receive home care, right? Receive the care in home, which is at a greatly reduced cost. Then they can get on the section 19 waiver, which is just for older adults and people with disabilities who are poor. They're at 100% of the federal FPL, and they are also eligible to enter a nursing home. And so these folks, there's never a wait list for that program because Maine has the highest acuity for nursing home eligibility in the country. And we don't have that many people who are technically poor because of Social Security. So they just are a little bit over that level. And so what we have are about 1,800 people who are supposed to be getting Section 19 services. They're eligible for it, but they go unstaffed. So there's about 850 people in the program who have partial staffing and 500 who have no staffing at all. And then on Section 63, it is a state-funded program for folks who are just a little outside of that eligibility limit. They're medically needy, but they have a little bit too much money to qualify. And so that's a state-funded program for people who have no means of paying for home care and essentially would otherwise have to be in an assisted living facility or nursing home paid for by Maine Care. So this is a stopgap measure to keep people out. That is state funded, so there's a pot of money, and once that pot of money is expended for the applicants who are eligible, there's a wait list. And so that wait list started last July with around it started before that, but it was around 500 people last year, and it's almost up to 1,000 people now waiting to receive Section 63 and Chapter 11, which are being merged by the department, which is the just a self-directed portion of Section 63.
And Representative Cloutier?
Clear as mud, right?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just in your testimony, you made reference to the creation of a commission to study and recommend funding solutions to Maine's growing personal support workforce. And I'm wondering if you could just expand on that a little bit.
Absolutely. So this is an idea that we saw last session, which I think would have worked if it didn't start right at the end of the session, which was the Blue Ribbon Commission to study transportation funding. When you have we think this is going to be a significant fiscal note with LD 1573, which is the first time we're talking about raising the boats of all essential care workers across the state for all populations and in all settings so that we don't have competition. So if we're looking at, as we were with roads and bridges, if we're looking at the structural funding of like $400 million, if it were only 400,000, then we really need to understand how structurally we are going to pay for that in the future. And we believe that there needs to be a commission, really a bipartisan commission tasked with understanding what it's going to take to meet our care needs in the future and currently. And that means how many workers are we going to need? What is our current staffing challenges, both the kinds I just talked about with Section 19, but with also wait lists and others who are beds who are going unfilled, as Rick Erb just talked about. There are a number of issues that we talk about in piecemeal, so we don't really understand how many workers do we need and what would we need to pay them to have an adequate workforce. And we believe that that's the next step of this plan, is we have to understand what workers we need, how much we need to pay them to be competitive, to compete with other industries, how we're going to pay for that. And then ultimately, is what we're doing working? We need to track if we're on track, if we're bringing more people into this workforce, and if we're moving them along the continuum. So thank you for the question.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll bring over Jesse Baines, Diane Goldstein, and Kyle Feldman. Welcome. Ms. Baines, please proceed whenever it's good for you.
Hello, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs. My name is Jessie Baines, and I represent Atlantic Sea Farms. I am here to testify in strong support of the proposed supplemental budget for the Department of Marine Resources. Our mission at Atlantic Sea Farms is laser focused on providing diversified income opportunities for Maine fishermen through kelp farming. We work with 24 farmers throughout the coast of Maine, most of whom are lobstermen. Together, we are building and scaling an entirely new industry for Maine, and even in these very early stages, are the leading representative of kelp cultivation in the US, putting our state on the map for yet another delicious, sustainable ocean product. Our kelp helps fishermen diversify when they are otherwise almost completely dependent on a lobster monoculture. In addition to the economic development benefits, kelp cultivation removes carbon and nitrogen and helps mitigate ocean acidification in our local waters. Maine is uniquely positioned to grow and scale the kelp aquaculture industry, with an overqualified workforce of lobstermen who already possess the key infrastructure and working knowledge to grow high-quality kelp in their own home waters. My own father, a career lobsterman and longtime advocate for the fishery, has himself become a kelp farmer and is eager to grow this opportunity to diversify for future generations of Maine's fishing families. Over the last 20 years, the Maine aquaculture sector has grown slowly and steadily. That growth is directly controlled by the state's ability to accept and process lease applications. We are eager to build our partner farmer network and provide more opportunities for Maine's fishermen, but we cannot do that because of the backlog in DMR's processing of leases. Currently, there are over 35 lease applications pending before the DMR. At current staffing levels, it will take DMR at least 2 to 3 years to work through this application backlog. Our company's CEO is an Aquaculture Advisory Council member, and we have advocated for more funding for the DMR for years. The staff at the DMR is extremely strong and are working hard. They need additional staffing in order to continue to fulfill their mandate and allow this important sector to make working waterfronts even more resilient. The proposed supplemental budget makes a small investment to help DMR ensure that any growth that occurs in the state's aquaculture sector is responsible and sustainable. That small investment will directly allow farms to be started, new products like ours to be created and sold across the country, more Mainers to be employed, and additional revenues to flow into the state. And this should only be the beginning. The DMR needs the appropriate staff members to appropriately vet the good applications from the less viable ones, and to help our sector grow sustainably and provide important jobs and career opportunities for Maine's coastal residents and fishermen. Maine has a long tradition of producing high-quality, healthy seafood, and Maine kelp products have earned their place as part of that brand. Please give DMR the investment they need to help grow the aquaculture sector. I thank you for your attention and patience and would be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Baines? I'm not seeing any, so we appreciate your time being here. Next, we have Diane Goldstein.
Thank you very much, distinguished senators and representatives and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to submit both written and oral testimony. I share my experiences as a retired police lieutenant and as the executive director of the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. LEAP is a nonprofit group of police, prosecutors, judges, and other criminal justice professionals who speak from firsthand experience to endorse effective public safety policies. We support focusing law enforcement resources on the most serious priorities, promoting alternatives to arrest and incarceration, and addressing the root causes of crime and healing police community relations. I speak on behalf of more than 5,000 current retired members of law enforcement across the country. We oppose tobacco bans, such as those included in LD 221, because they damage trust between police and low-income and communities of color without effectively reducing youth tobacco use. The mere idea that we should legally prohibit menthol, the preferred choice of Black smokers, disregards the legacy of tension, as well as the present conflict between police and communities of colors. After 21 years in policing, I've never seen such a high level of sustained tension between police and the communities we have sworn to serve. Prohibiting menthol and other flavors does not end their sale. It creates an underground market. When demand is high, supply is scarce, and people who need the income, such as those living in low-income communities, have a financial incentive to buy flavored tobacco products elsewhere and bring them back to Maine. Massachusetts passed a statewide ban on flavored tobacco products on June 1st, and cigarette purchases declined in state while increasing substantially in bordering states. There's no evidence that banning flavored tobacco is reducing smoking in Massachusetts or elsewhere, but there is plenty of evidence showing that people still found a way to get flavored tobacco products, regardless of the law, shuttling millions in tax revenue out of state and creating yet another public health responsibility for law enforcement. While mental health and other social support services receive barely enough funding to keep the lights on, police are expected to solve a growing list of social problems. Homelessness, mental illness, and substance use disorder have fallen onto our shoulders over the last few decades. All the while, we are expected to solve crimes. Bans on flavored tobacco put us in the position of dealing with another public health problem we cannot fix, all at the expense of our ability to fight serious crime. Even if law enforcement focuses on businesses that violate tobacco laws and not individual sellers, we know that police still end up interacting with individuals over tobacco violations. High-profile stories from across the country illuminate this problem. Just last year, an unarmed 14-year-old Black child in Rancho Cordova, California, was assaulted by a police officer over a cigarillo. Eric Gardner and other deaths can be directly attributed to, in fact, the illicit sales of Lucy cigarettes. These interactions destroy police community trust, make our jobs even more difficult. People who do not trust us do not report crimes, even when they themselves are victims. People are more than mistrusting, they're afraid. What this says about our laws is that we have to think deliberately about what we ask police to enforce. Police should only be sent to enforce laws that make our neighborhoods safer places to live, and tobacco bans do not make us safer. After many decades of drug prohibition failing to protect our kids from one addiction crisis after another, we should know by now that banning drugs does not make our families healthier or safer. Anyone who cares about public safety, public health, and the growing divide between police and their communities, especially communities of color, should be alarmed by the flavored tobacco ban provisions. If it passes, we can expect more conflict and no change in tobacco use. This year, I'd like to note that Maine adopted a racial impact statement legislation, a bold and innovative step forward. Now's the time to implement this study, understanding the bill's potential racial impact on Black and Indigenous populations is critical before any prohibition laws pass. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Goldstein? I don't see any. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you. Next, we have Kyle Feldman.
Good afternoon, everybody. To the Maine Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, my name is Kyle Feldman. I'm a Vice President and National Convenience Distributors, NCD.
Mr. Feldman, there's quite a lot of activity going on behind you or something, or it's a little hard to hear you. Is there any way to...
Can you hear me better now? Is it a little clearer?
There's a lot of background noise. We'll go for it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry about that. My name is Kyle Feldman. I'm a Vice President, National Convenience Distributors, NCD. NCD is a full-line convenience store distributor in the Northeast, selling grocery, frozen, refrigerated food, beverage, school supplies, health and beauty products, general merchandise, as well as tobacco, cigarettes, and e-cigarettes. NCD is one of the largest privately held companies in the Northeast. Over the last 100 plus years, we have grown to over 25,000 customers, which includes hundreds of customers in Maine. In addition to all of this, we are also a very large tax collector in the state of Maine by proudly remitting a projected $15 million this year alone. This background is necessary for you to understand and so that you realize I'm not just some fly-by-night individual wanting my voice heard, or we, as an organization, are not only worried about revenue. Often in these hearings, I feel as if you are tasked with the job of sorting through numerous facts to get a truer understanding of what is happening. Instead of burying you in complicated data, I want to outline a few very simple facts that I urge you to consider before voting on the tobacco flavor ban included in LD 221. In 2011, the CDC found that 15.8% of high school students had smoked at least a single cigarette in the past 30 days. Today, that number has fallen by 71% to 4.16%. The same study found that 7.9% of high school students had used at least one serving of smokeless tobacco in the past 30 days. Today, that number fell nearly 61% to 3.1%. Why are these numbers important? Between 2011 and 2020, there were virtually no flavored tobacco bans. The first statewide flavored tobacco ban took effect in 2020. The answer to teen vaping is directly in front of you, and it starts and ends with better education, enforcement of existing laws. Proponents will tell you the only way to reduce usage is to ban flavors, but the data above clearly demonstrates otherwise. High school students still had access to flavored smokeless products and menthol cigarettes, yet through education they choose to turn away from those products. The focus on LD 221 should not and cannot scientifically extend beyond outrageously flavored vapor products. More important is that we have a case study on what happens when you enact policies like this. The true losers are local businesses who, despite doing nothing wrong, are robbed of their livelihood. According to the Reason Foundation, cigarette sales in Massachusetts fell 24% in August, but it appears customers sought out products across state lines in neighboring New Hampshire and Rhode Island. Cigarette sales skyrocketed 65% and 17% respectively. Likewise, menthol sales in New Hampshire soared by 91% and Rhode Island's rose by 40%. Moreover, the state of Massachusetts is estimated to lose more than $100 million in the year 2021. When you look closely, the facts are rather simple. Tobacco use amongst teens is dropping at remarkable rates. Flavor bans do not work, and the only victims are locally owned businesses. I leave you with this. As I was talking to a store owner last week in Maine, he told me he saw a news story about Governor Mills' budget. He felt beat down and felt like it was inevitable that he was going to lose a large chunk of his business. He asked, how can the state afford to do this? I told him that Governor Mills was proposing a $32 million in federal funds to bail out the state and recover the tax declines. He left me with a powerful question, and it's the question I want to leave you with. Before you enact this policy, put yourself in the shoes of hundreds of first-generation convenience store owners in this state and ask yourself, where's their bailout? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you so much for the time today, and I hope everyone enjoys their lunch soon.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Feldman?
Well done.
I don't see any. We appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to my good co-chair to take over for a little while.
Thank you very much, Representative Peirce, and thank you, Senator Bailey, for stepping up and doing the timing for us. I've moved a few people over. We have, in this order, Betsy Mahoney, Joe Everett, and then Bruce King. So Betsy Mahoney, if you're ready to turn on your camera. Oh, I'm
Excuse
sorry.
me, Senator Breen.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, we're on it.
Maggie Hoffman has been here already. I'm so sorry. Ms. Hoffman, go ahead, and then we'll go to Ms. Mahoney.
Thank you so very much, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and the honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I am Maggie Hoffman, and I'm testifying neither for nor against LD 221. My son Jake's basic life and social skills and his mental health were devastated by the Section 29 and 21 wait lists. Sorry for the lawn. We moved to Maine 2.5 years ago. It took many months of jumping through hoops to be deemed eligible for HCBS services for adults with developmental disabilities, but that was just the first step. Jake arrived in Maine a man who had been employed for almost 8 years in a micro job, 6 hours a week. He had positive relationships with the staff who supported him and his coworkers. Despite his intellectual, behavioral, mobility, and mental health challenges, Jake's life had purpose and he was part of his community. After a year on Maine's wait list, he was adrift. He stopped interacting with our dogs, dragged on our walks, and neglected his most basic grooming. His depression caused him to stop speaking. Jake had no reason to get up in the mornings. After the many months of eligibility delays and then the additional year of waiting, what a euphemism for isolation, Jake received Section 29 funding. The offer of the waiver was appreciated, but didn't immediately confer services. We had to search for providers who were willing and able to hire, train, and supervise staff, and that process took 3 more months. Like everyone in Maine, the pandemic shut down staffing options and compounded my son's loneliness. How can we attract and retain talented, committed staff at the paltry wages we offer? The work is hard and it takes real time to create connections. A worker can't provide for their own family on those wages, and so they move on to someplace like liquid lumber liquidators. When we and new staff cautiously connected a few months ago, Jake was a different man. He didn't make eye contact. He whispered the few words he uttered. Listless and resistant to encouragement, he confounded the staff who came to work with him as they didn't know how to reach through the wall he built around himself. If you eliminate wait lists, Mainers with intellectual and developmental disabilities will be fueled by skills and excitement and their social capital to live side by side with all of us. If you eliminate wait lists, people will be well supported, able to volunteer or go on further studies or take a job. If you eliminate wait lists, the folks who wish to live outside their families' homes will have the funding to live their lives more independently. If you eliminate wait lists, parents like me can be productive workers ourselves instead of dropping out of the labor force to care for our adult children. Our loss of income and savings for retirement and social isolation are tremendous costs as well. I urge you to amend the budget, eliminate wait lists, and please, in order to make that real, we have to pay support workers at least 125% of the minimum wage. Please value all people, including those with disabilities. Amend LD 1573 and 1360 into the budget. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Hoffman? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us. Next, we have Betsy Mahoney and then Joe Everett and then Bruce King. Thank you, Betsy, for waiting.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Breen. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, I don't know if you're on here, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations. My name is Betsy Mahoney. I'm the Community Outreach Coordinator for the Autism Society of Maine. I'm also the parent of a 30-year-old son with autism, intellectual disabilities, and a mental health diagnosis who lives in a group home under a Section 21 waiver. I'm going to try really hard. I only have 3 minutes anyway, but I was going to say I'm going to try hard not to repeat what other people have said. And the bad news about testifying late in the game is that what you were going to say has already been said. The good news in this case is that there were several of my colleagues who I think did an excellent job at making the arguments that I was going to make. The two most important points that I want to make today are that we really appreciate the funding that has been put into raising Medicare reimbursement, Medicaid reimbursement rates. but it really is not going to be enough. You heard Laura Cordes from Maxby talk about the fact that I think she said it was 16 to 20% of the workforce has been lost, and that under this budget change package, the effect would be to only raise the rates to the minimum wage. So in other words, she said, I think the number she had were $11.21 an hour now, going up to $12.15 an hour. And I guess I'm just here to tell you that that is not enough. I mean, you see the shrinkage in the workforce. A number of the providers have had to close their homes. My biggest fear during the pandemic with my son in a group home, I mean, of course, I was worried about him getting COVID, but mostly I was worried about people quitting for good. And frankly, I have a hard time believing that anyone is willing to do that job for the wages that they're paid. And I'm in a huge amount of gratitude for the people who are willing to do that. And these, just to quickly tell you, these are not easy jobs. My own son, I can tell you, especially during the pandemic, self-injures. Sometimes when he gets agitated, he'll hit his head against the wall. So these are people making less than minimum wage who have to step in, prevent him from injuring himself further by putting something between his head and the wall, and then in some cases having to take him to quick care to get glue or stitches in his head. And again, I'm surprised that anyone is willing to do that for minimum wage. So like the others you've heard, I would strongly suggest that you adopt the recommendation of the Long-Term Care Workforce Commission and raise the Medicaid reimbursement rates to the point where people could make 125% of minimum wage. And that would be the minimum. The final thing I want to say is that I do agree that it's good that they're putting money, that the governor's budget does put money into the wait lists. But as Dr. Alan Cobo-Lewis said earlier, there's still going to be a lot of people. They're only going to be reducing the Section 29 wait list. One person will get off per day. But this budget doesn't touch the other wait lists, including the Section 21 wait list. And that, again, as people have said, is the larger comprehensive waiver. My son does have that Section 21 waiver because, frankly, he was in Spring Harbor Hospital for months and months and months about 10 years ago, again, self-injuring. And that's what it took to get that waiver. But he was lucky in the sense that he was so extreme, they gave him the Section 21 waiver. So unless your child is in dire straits like that, you might not get anything. Just the last thing I'll say is that I checked last night on this, and as of July 2020, that's the latest figures that I could find on the DHS website. There were still 1,800 people left on the Section 21 waitlist. Some of those people do get other services, but that's, I don't know. I'm just, again, I feel lucky that my son does have that waiver, even though he had to be so extreme to get it. So again, I appreciate what has been done, but how many more people have to leave the workforce, and how many more homes have to shut down before we get to increase wages and try to pay these people a living wage? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Betsy Mahoney? Okay, thank you. Next we have Joe Everett, then Bruce King, then Corey Calderwood.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Appropriation and Financial Services Committee. I'm Joe Everett of the Opportunity Alliance, and I'm here representing the Behavioral Health Community Collaborative, and I've been here a few times this session, so good to see everyone again. I am very pleased to be here in support of the increased investment in community-based behavioral health services. This investment is long overdue, and the collaborative members look forward to continuing to serve Mainers in need of behavioral health care. I know that this investment is coming to you folks with limited time to spare as you approach the end of the session. I realize that there's a budgetary need, but more importantly, there is a community need to get this money out to Mainers desperately needing services in the most thoughtful and effective way possible. And we are excited to be part of that process. That said, we urge you to think about getting this money out at the right time to the right services and initiatives and to the right people. As you are surely aware, there are more than a dozen bills that will come to the appropriation table for rate increases for various behavioral health services, from outpatient therapy, which has a waiting list of over 1,000 people, to children's residential services, to ACT programs, and to our underfunded crisis services system. The BHCC supports those bills because they require emergency attention now and they require adequate funding. So as you look at this budget, one of the things we ask you to consider is timing. The increases included in the budget are on timelines, some of which don't start until 2023. It is hard to decipher exactly which ones will be implemented when, and we do not know what that means to the community-based providers, no matter what the timeline. So it will be important for you to see a crosswalk of both the amount and timing for the bills that will come to you from HHS and the initiatives presented by DHHS. We obviously support the initiatives outlined by the department, but cannot say yet whether they are adequate or timely enough. We look forward to that information and hope that you will not vote on these until you too have access to this information. Additionally, we want to ensure that there is an opportunity to address long-standing problems on how main care rates are structured. If we look at rates alone, it may seem that our outpatient therapy rates, for example, are adequate, but every community provider will tell you that they are experiencing significant deficits with these services, not just because of rates alone, but because of variables that we cannot control. For example, client no-shows, geographic distance, telehealth restrictions, etc. For PNMI programs, a rate increase without addressing the cost cap and the main care settlement process will not make the programs financially sustainable. Organizations like TOA that operate PNMI programs can find themselves with significant main care paybacks while also experiencing program deficits. We hope that you will encourage and require the department to address these structural challenges, or we will not actually fix the problems. Lastly, though we are thrilled with the increased investment in community behavioral health, the voices of consumers, family members, and community providers has not been adequately included in the department's process. It is critical that decisions are informed by those individuals and family members who actually utilize these important services. We appreciate the process is moving quickly, that you folks have done Herculean work in the midst of a pandemic, and you will need to continue proceeding quickly and thoughtfully. But please understand that these proposals were developed with little or no direct input from consumers and family members with lived experience who actually utilize the services. Individuals who can share important and actual important
Mr. Everett?
Yep.
If you could finish up, thank you.
Sure. Well, I'll just jump quickly. So we really urge you to have a statutory requirement that DHHS integrate the experience and expertise of consumers, family members, and community providers. And we respectfully suggest that Senator Breen's bill, LD 1262, which passed unanimously out of HHS, be included in the budget language so that we can all rest assured that we're using the much needed money in a way that best serves people with behavioral health needs in Maine. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Everett. Any questions for Mr. Everett from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience. Thanks for being here,
everyone. Bye-bye.
Next, we have Bruce King, and then Corey Calderwood, and then John Shayer. Mr. King.
Thank you. I've learned more about flavored tobacco than I realized that I would, but yeah, thank you for hearing me. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Bruce King. I live in Brunswick, Maine, and I'm the co-executive director of Maine Inside Out. I also have the honor of serving as a commissioner on the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations, and I am testifying today in favor of LD 220 or 221, the governor's change package on behalf of the Permanent Commission. Over the past year, we were mandated to do an incredible amount of work with the convergence of COVID's healthcare disparities, along with the racial awakening that occurred over the past year, and we arose to the occasions with the help of the legislature. And as amazing as that was, it simply wasn't, it's simply not sustainable for the long term. We definitely need more money, more resources the populations that we represent are a major part of the economic and healthcare recovery that is necessary to bring Maine up to where it needs to be again. And we engage a growing segment of the population that we need to engage in order to raise prosperity for all peoples. Workforce, mental health, housing security, and the cross-pollination of innovations in order to grow markets are held within these communities. I am personally part of the committee that is tasked with engaging the public, and we need resources in order to do that. We need infrastructure. In order to hear from the public who are already limited in resources, we're going to have to provide that infrastructure, and we need staff in order to coordinate that and execute it. This is a really exciting time in history. We're turning around from this pandemic, and we have this incredible opportunity to remake the way that we work, the way that we engage, the way that we live, and the input that we're bringing along is absolutely vital. So we strongly encourage that you fund our commission and allow us to create the infrastructure necessary for us to grow. And with that, I would happily answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Bruce King? I'm not seeing any. So thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Corey Calderwood and then John Scher. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Corey Calderwood, and I live in Brunswick. I'm here today to testify in favor of Part WWW of LD 221, the section of the proposed budget that would end the sale of all flavored tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes, cigars, and electronic cigarettes, in order to prevent tobacco use and nicotine addiction among Maine children and young adults. As a public school teacher, I have seen the problem of flavored tobacco on the front lines in our bathrooms and hallways in our public schools. For many teens, the yummy taste and smell of flavored tobacco products means that they are not as bad as cigarettes or chewing tobacco. Many teens believe because there isn't a flame involved or harsh taste that makes them cough, that means that there isn't anything wrong with these products, that they aren't harmful. This is especially true with the menthol flavored products, not only because this flavor tastes good and sometimes even can smell like medicine, but it also eases the harshness of the tobacco, making it easier to ingest and hooks another young person on the tobacco industry's deadly line. I primarily teach juniors and seniors in high school, many of whom have tried these products when they were younger and now feel ashamed of their younger selves for falling for the idea that because a tobacco product tastes good, it means it can't be bad for you. As anyone who regularly engages with children and teens know, their brains aren't fully formed. And the last part to form is the protective part that helps make adults make better decisions about what is safe and what is harmful. The tobacco industry understands this, which is why they market directly to young people. It is vitally important that we do our job as adults, parents, and teachers to protect, educate, and even legislate rules and laws that work to improve the lives of all Mainers. We need to protect our kids from harmful products by ending the sale of flavored tobacco in Maine.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Corey Calderwood from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your patience. Next is John Scher, and then Lori Belden, and then Christopher Bollier. Go ahead, John.
Thank you. Chairwoman Breen, Chairwoman Peirce, members of the committee. My name is John Scher. I'm the Executive Director of the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association, testifying this afternoon in opposition to LD 221, Part WWW, which is the section addressing the ban on flavored tobacco. I've submitted detailed written testimony as to why banning all flavored tobacco products, including adult preferred products like wintergreen smokeless and menthol cigarettes, is a legislative policy that is doomed to fail. And that's not a baseless statement. I have very closely followed and monitored what's been occurring in Massachusetts since the state implemented the same policy on June 1st, 2020. In the 11 months that we have data for since Massachusetts banned all flavored tobacco, including cigarettes, smokeless, and vape, so the entire category, there isn't any evidence that it's been successful. In fact, it shows really just the opposite. Couple of data points there. Rhode Island and New Hampshire have combined to make up 85% of the lost cigarette sales that are no longer made in mass. That's just that one category. I have not been tracking smokeless or vape, but I think it's safe to say you're probably going to see a very similar result. And over $130 million, again, just in cigarette revenue has been exported out of state. Not lost, but just exported. So lost to the state, but exported out of state. So the state lost, the local businesses lost, adult tobacco and vape users lost. And since largely all the products that were once sold in market have returned from over the borders, there isn't any evidence of a health benefit, which is often cited as a reason for doing this. The governor's budget proposes to reimburse the state $32 million for anticipated lost revenue. First, the number is woefully low and probably closer to 80 million for the biennium. And second, I really want to express how insulting this is to local businesses. Menthol cigarettes and wintergreen dip represent significant revenue sources for convenience stores and other tobacco retailers. And as someone said earlier, they're not getting a bailout. So while the state reimburses itself for losses, it's going to leave these businesses that dot every city in town wondering how they're going to replace those sales and perhaps which jobs they need to eliminate. You know, at least Governor Baker in Massachusetts had the good sense to take the financial hit on the chin. I know those are strong words, I get it, but it really should be an indication of how truly insulting it is that this budget provision is for our members, particularly when retailers have a 94% statewide FDA verified compliance rate. Part WWW goes after all flavored tobacco rather than focus on the products with youth appeal, flavored disposable vape products, the products where you'll find the thousands of egregious flavors you often hear people speak about vitriol. In fact, the woman who just spoke before me used the term yummy flavors. That's
Mr.
where you're going to
Chair,
find those products.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up right now.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
I'm wrapping up. Thank you. So the Health and Human Services Committee minority report would prohibit the sale of flavored disposable vape products and leave products that are statistically preferred by adults on the market. And it allows FDA's PMTA approved products to remain on the market as well. As Dr. Madden spoke earlier, this is a very important provision for Maine's, that would provision that all Maine flavored tobacco bans, including Part WWW, ignore.
Okay.
Since I don't have any more time, I'll wrap up there and happy to take any questions.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for your patience. Any questions for Mr. Scher? Okay. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thanks for your time this afternoon.
Next, we have Lori Belden, who I believe is only available on audio, and then Christopher Bollier. So Ms. Belden, go ahead on audio.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Lori Belden, and I'm a resident of Durham who is currently experiencing an Xfinity outage. So my apologies for not seeing my face today. I serve as the Executive Director of the Home Care and Hospice Alliance of Maine, and we're the membership organization for home care, home health care, and hospice providers across the state. These providers deliver care from a wide range of services, from bathing and dressing to short-term physician-directed care when recovering from an injury, to long-term care with skilled nursing, as well as care at the end of life. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in response to the governor's proposed change package. I did submit written testimony, and a lot of you've already heard today. A couple things I'd like to point out. Jess Maurer talked about the cost of care keeping people home, funding the wait list. I wanted to just specify that in 2019, JAMA Internal Medicine published findings that showed in situations where home-based care is appropriate, the home health outcomes are just as good as to those in other settings, while being a third of the cost of skilled nursing beds and less than 10% of the cost of a hospital stay. So keeping people in the home, it is not just, you know, a nice if that's what they want as a preference, but it's also cost effective. It's quite a bargain to keep people in home. Unfortunately, main care reimbursement rates have failed to cover costs for providing these care to aging adults and those with disabilities. And while main care provides free or low cost health insurance to eligible Mainers, the cost of providing this care isn't free, but is, as I mentioned earlier, far less costly than being delivered in an institutional setting. I also want to follow on Lisa Hardwick-McPherson's comments about the need for RN and LPNs in our industry. We are at beyond a crisis level. Lisa talked about the shortages and the need to recruit faculty to get more nurses in the pipeline. One issue we are hard struck by is that the current rate for our RN and LPN services in home care went into effect on 2018. Those rates were based on a 2016 rate study that used data from the 2012-2014. So we are trying to compete with recruiting nurses with our hands are tied because our rates are based on data that is over 7 years old. So we are really at a disadvantage in our industry. And even testimony on LD 1528, which is the bill that Representative Stouffer introduced to address the home-based RN LPN rates, the department even acknowledged that nursing services. Yep.
Ms. Belden, if you could wrap up your 3 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, sorry. So they even acknowledged that nursing is only being reimbursed at 52% of comparable costs to other states in our area. So it's all in our written testimony. And again, we just really support the Workforce Commission Bill, LD 28, and look forward to hopefully getting these rates increased so we can remain a viable option in the future for Maine citizens.
Thank you very much. Any
Thanks.
questions
Appreciate it.
for Lori Belden from the committee? I'm not seeing any, so thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Pardon me, I just put my list in the wrong place. Hang on. Here we go. Chris Bollier is next, and then Chris Jackson.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much. And good afternoon, Chairwoman Peirce, Chairwoman Breen, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee. My name is Chris Bollier, and I am the Director of Retail Operations for Cigarette Shopper. We operate 22 tobacco-only stores in Maine and have some 100 hardworking employees. As virtually all of our revenue is from tobacco products and more than 25% of our sales are from flavored tobacco products, the flavor ban in LD 221 would be particularly damaging to our stores, removing a significant number of the tobacco products that we sell from store shelves. Protecting youth from access to tobacco products is a goal shared by everyone, including retailers. We train our employees to prevent sales to underage individuals, and we do not allow anyone under 21 to enter our stores. In fact, over the past 10 years, our stores have been inspected by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to determine compliance 238 times, and we have a 99% passing rate on not selling to underage persons. This means that our stores are not the problem when it comes to youth having access to tobacco products. LD 221 will not do anything to protect young people and will not have any impact on consumption of flavored tobacco products in Maine. All it will do is drive sales from legitimate Maine retailers like our stores to one of two places, to New Hampshire, which has decided not to ban flavored products, or to illegal, unlicensed sellers of products who will bring flavored tobacco products into Maine and sell them to whomever has the cash to buy them. All you are going to accomplish is to take these products away from legitimate Maine stores like Cigarette Shopper and give it to New Hampshire retailers or to criminals. That does not sound like a policy that is in the best interest of Maine, and it certainly is not in the interest of our business or our employees, whose jobs would be in danger if this passes. If we lose more than 25% of our business, then Hope Gagne, Donnie Woodard, Kayla Libby, Julie Snell, Matt Allen, Julie Parker, Dave Curran, Michelle Parker, Lindsay Gould, Axel Wallingford, and some 90 others could face being laid off. Please do not put us in the position of having to terminate employees when all they have done is work hard and prevented tobacco sales to kids. Please support Maine businesses and youth and remove those provisions contained within LD 21 that seek to ban the sale of menthol cigarettes and flavored tobacco products. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have today.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Christopher Beaulieu? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Next is Christopher Jackson, and then Dan Moran, and then Cameron Rivera.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Pearce, and honorable members of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Christopher Jackson. I'm a small business owner here in the state of Maine. I do oppose LD 221. I'll try to make this so it's not too redundant. We've all heard about cross-border sales and prohibition doesn't work and a lot of those things, but I really want to hit home with the whole $32 million is just quite frankly lowballing the replacement of the loss of revenue the state of Maine is going to be impacted with. To put in perspective, my business did stay open throughout COVID. We did our best to provide a safe environment for our customers and our employees, jumping through hoops, doing curbside only contactless stuff, obviously still IDing everyone face-to-face through a glass window. And we made the appropriate changes we needed to get over that last year and a half. It's been a struggle for everyone. And I feel for anybody and everybody throughout this whole world. I mean, COVID's it's hit home for just about everyone. So I sat through hours of testimony here today, and I've heard a lot of we need money for this, we need money for that, and rightfully so. I have the utmost respect for healthcare professions, my significant others in the healthcare profession. My stepmother's a doctor. I have law enforcement family members. The list goes on, educational family members. And so utmost respect for everyone. And I do believe that they need money and they will use it in the appropriate way. So I hope we can get them the money that they need to make changes and better our state. What does not better our state is the loss of business and the loss of revenue. You've heard it, cross-border sales and prohibition doesn't work. So we won't be too redundant with that. But I've heard the terms permanent money, sustainable fund, and economic security. LD 1550 is quite the opposite. It couldn't come at a worse time. We all agree that the youth, we don't want to see anybody, including adults, hooked on a product. So one thing I've heard, I have not heard mention is the fact that I would say that as a tobacco specialty store, you need to be 21 to come into my store. And over 90% of the products I sell, probably 95% of the products I sell are not owned by Big Tobacco. We know of Juul being an issue and that Big Tobacco bought into them because of the loss of revenue. But what you don't realize is over 95% of the products I sell are privately owned companies. Now, I don't think a single person here can tell me a single product that Big Tobacco sells that contains zero nicotine. You've heard it from countless people. Nicotine is addictive, just as addictive as, like, say, caffeine. A lot of the symptoms from nicotine withdrawals are just like caffeine: headaches, nausea, body aches, all that stuff. The symptoms go on. Vaping was created to provide a healthier alternative. Now, inhaling anything into your lungs other than air is probably not going to expand your life expectancy, but I can tell you right now, as a former smoker of over 12 years, I quit 8 years ago vaping, and then 4 years ago, I got off of nicotine because vaping does allow you to taper off of nicotine down to 0 milligrams.
Mr. Jackson, if you could finish up, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Don't kill small business. It's not going to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Jackson from the committee? All right, thank you so much for your patience. Thanks for joining us today. Next is Dan Morin and then Cameron Rivera.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, members of the committee. My name is Dan Morin. I'm the Director of Communications and Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association. We're the state's largest professional physician organization, representing more than 4,300 physicians, residents, and medical students across all clinical specialties, organizations, and practice settings. Hi to all of you. It's the first time we formally come before you this session, as our testimony today is considered one of MMA's core legislative priorities. You know, I feel like I'm watching the movie Thank You for Smoking and expect Nick Naylor to come up and testify. And those of you who have seen that movie should get a chuckle of that. Those of you who haven't should watch it, because it's similar to this testimony today that we're hearing. We want to thank Representative Pierce, Representative Meyer, Senator Davis, and Representative Millett as sponsors of LD 1550, and applaud Governor Mills for including Part WWW in her budget. And former State Senator Carl Turner says hi to his former colleagues, Senator Davis and Representative Millett. The clinical expert, Dr. Annie Coates, touched on the clinical ramifications. You heard earlier that public policy should be based on data and evidence, not emotions and intentions. Maine's physicians counter that public policy ought to first and foremost be based on protecting public health, not be manipulated by tobacco company shareholder profits and unlimited national marketing and messaging budgets. I tooled around Google and found a 2013 article in the Richmond Times-Dispatch covering Reynolds' announcement they were getting into the e-cigarette business. And there was a quote saying the latest in the industry-wide push to diversify beyond traditional cigarette business, which has become tougher in the face of tax increases, smoking bans, health concerns, and social stigmas. Major tobacco companies have purchased and developed these products for dual commercial intent of expanding the range of tobacco products. They claim it reduces harm from cigarettes, while cigarette smokers who may have otherwise given up the habit are thereby retained as nicotine addicted customers, and those who may never have attempted are drawn into the nicotine addiction web as new customers. I heard today there's an alleged 10 billion illicit tobacco market. That's a pretty big number for a kid from Lewiston to comprehend, but not when you consider the parent company of Reynolds Tobacco and their competitor, Philip Morris, net between 60 and 65 billion between them every year. And the top 5 tobacco companies approach 125 billion a year in net sales. That's the only data that really matters to opponents. It kind of makes the Massachusetts claim of losing 100 million in tax revenue seem like a drop in the bucket when listening to it. The CDC has said the smoking-related illness in the United States costs nearly 170 billion for direct medical care for adults. That number and deaths are the evidence and facts that Maine physicians pay attention to. Not only do flavors get you, but it's a gateway to nicotine addiction and smoking, according to the FDA. You heard harm reduction earlier. Well, it'll still kill you. It'll just be slower. It's a choice between internal bleeding rather than having a severed artery. To date, no one knows the long-term effects of e-cigarette use, although research continues to investigate some of the rapidly emerging evidence of adverse effects of lung and cardiovascular health. And I'll finish with, it's just baffling to me that somehow supporting banning menthol under the umbrella of better public health is discriminatory to underrepresented communities, but intentionally marketing them to those same communities by companies that net hundreds of billions each year isn't. Just as I'm asking you to trust your community physicians in Maine to support Part
Mr. Morin,
WWW.
if you could finish up.
Sure,
Mr.
I would
Morin.
refer you to Representative Talbot Ross, your colleague, and her HHS testimony on 1550 on the messaging gymnastics about equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morin. And thank you, Senator Bailey, for helping us out. Any questions for Mr. Morin from the committee?
I apparently don't get my gold star that I used to get from Representative Hymanson because I went over in the HHS, right?
Any questions? All right, thank you for your patience and thank you for being here today.
Thank you, all be safe.
Next, we have Cameron Rivera and then David Hancox.
All right, thank you, Senator Breen and Representative Peirce and distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Cameron Rivera, and I'm a member of the University of Maine School of Law, class of 2022. I testified today in support of the funding of the University of Maine system proposed in Governor Mills' change package of LD 221, specifically to that which supports the law school, as well as UMS bonds that you heard earlier this last week in LD 1526. My husband and I chose to move the 2,500 miles from Utah to Maine so that I could attend Maine Law. We were drawn to Maine because of the opportunities that the state could offer us, including those that would flow from my legal education at the state's only law school. We have since fallen in love with this state and we plan to stay here long after I graduate. As a rising third-year law student and the admissions fellow for the class of 22, I know how crucial the proposed funding is to support the law school in its new location in the months and the years ahead. When a prospective student asks me about the building, I can hear the apprehension in their voice and recognize that they are seeking validation that they're choosing the right law school. My job is to help our prospective students look beyond the building into the opportunities that Maine Law can provide them. At Maine Law, we pride ourselves on the connections that are built within and across our classes and between our students and our professors. I share with our prospective students that our professors, despite the building, are world-class legal educators and that they want us to succeed just as much as we want to. At Maine Law, we joke about the state of our building and regularly tell others that it's what's on the inside that counts. And we value our community above all else. Nonetheless, we continually lose out on highly competitive law students and faculty who undoubtedly would bring rich experiences and discussion to our classroom, in large part because of our facilities. Whether it is the heat from a system failure, the absence of natural lighting in our classrooms, water dripping out of the numerous corners in our building, or the layer of mold that grows in our lockers in our basement, our legal education is directly and substantially impaired by the building. In fact, I join you today from one of the poorly lit, fluorescently lit, windowless classrooms of the law school. At the end of the day, we cannot be taken seriously as a legal institution in a building that is 50 years old, leaking and falling apart. And in turn, we cannot realize our full potential to serve the diverse legal needs of the state. As Dean Softly indicated earlier, securing Maine Law's future is key to ensuring that Mainers can receive legal services at affordable costs. And we deserve a building that's just as professional as our students, alumni, and world-class professors. I thank you for your support of the University of Maine system, including Maine Law, and for your time today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Cameron Rivera from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for your patience and thanks for joining us today. Next in line, I'm just going to read a few names. We have David Hancox, then Gretchen Pianka, and then Brian Fotick. David Hancox, you will be next. I think you're on. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, all set. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak. As mentioned, I'm David Hancox, and I was the Director of State Audits in the New York State Comptroller's Office. I currently write and I teach on issues focused on assessing government programs and policies, such as Governor Mills' budget. While RJ Reynolds has compensated me for my time preparing these comments, the opinions expressed are my own, and they're informed by my years of auditing government policies to determine if they were effective. I've also submitted written testimony, and I would encourage you to read that. The governor's budget, as been mentioned, sets aside $32 million to make up for the revenue shortfall created if you pass a ban on the sale of all flavored tobacco products. But $32 million is far short of the hit Maine's coffers will suffer due to the ban. Menthol cigarettes account for $54 million of the $71 million Maine collects in sales and excise tax on the sale of products this bill would ban. Governor Mills' budget proposal would not even cover 50% of that loss. Assuming Maine's flavor ban works like the one other statewide ban on all flavored tobacco products, it will not reduce smoking, as been pointed out, and cigarette sales will merely flow to retailers in your neighboring states, or the more significant problem, to the illicit market. Sales data shows that for the first 3 months after Massachusetts implemented its flavor ban, 70% of Massachusetts menthol cigarette demand went to neighboring states, while 30% converted to non-menthol cigarette sales in Massachusetts. In-state sales of non-menthol cigarettes account for the remaining 30%. And again, there was no evidence that smoking rates declined. Many Maine consumers will continue using these products, but New Hampshire and other states will collect the revenue, as we saw in Massachusetts. Today, flavored products account for 43% of tobacco sales in Maine, and tobacco sales also drive retail sales of other goods. This bill would cost Maine retailers more than $310 million. Retailers will try to fill some of this loss by cutting costs, but that means cutting jobs and cutting wages. Some won't be able to cut enough, and some businesses will fail. You should also consider that the illegal economic activity will increase as criminal traffickers establish illicit distribution chains for banned products in Maine. Cigarettes are the most widely smuggled legal consumer product. The U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is concerned about the criminal enterprises and the terrorist organizations that move cigarettes across jurisdictional lines. A flavor ban in Maine, as has been pointed out, also would deny Maine smokers the benefit of actions taken by the FDA to authorize and regulate the sale of modified risk tobacco products, and also new to the market products such as e-cigarettes and alternative nicotine products. These processes reflect
Mr. Hancock, if you could finish up, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
The FDA's recognition that there is an effective way to reduce tobacco harm. And so I would encourage your committee to consider the issues, and denying your state's adult tobacco product users the benefit of the FDA's consideration of tobacco harm reduction is not in their best interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Hancox? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next is Gretchen Pianka and then Brian Fojcik.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the AFA committee. My name is Dr. Gretchen Pianka. I'm a pediatrician and mother of 3, and I live in Brunswick and practice in Lewiston. I'm here to testify in favor of LD 221, the section of the proposed budget that would help prevent tobacco use and nicotine addiction among Maine youth. I want to share a story about one of my patients who was struggling with anxiety. She was exposed to violence at home and constantly felt worried and stressed. When she started having trouble with her friends, she told me she felt like life was just too hard. We talked about counseling, but she didn't have transportation. I tried prescribing medication, but she never remembered to take it. Fortunately, she had her older brother, who was her support person. But when her older brother ran away when things worsened at home, she started vaping. She told me it looked healthy. It was strawberry banana flavored. When she talked to me, she was clearly proud of herself for solving her problem. She found something that looked healthy and helped her feel less anxious. When I asked about how much nicotine was in it, she said she didn't think it had nicotine in it. I asked her to check. When I asked how much she was vaping a day, she said she didn't keep track. Her new boyfriend bought them for her. She liked him. He was nice. When I saw her a while later, she said she figured out that there actually was nicotine in those devices. At that point, she said she was vaping at least 1,000 times a day. She said there was no way she could survive without vaping. She was having chest pain, feeling lightheaded, and as if her heart was racing all the time. We talked about nicotine and how she was addicted and how that was probably what was making her feel sick. She was both surprised and terrified. She'd also always wanted to join the military and knew she would have to quit before she could follow her dream. The military had been what had rescued her brother from living on the street. But quitting felt impossible. She tearfully told me she felt like those flavored vaping devices had ruined her life. I saw her again just the other day. She's still trying to quit and down to vaping just 1 Juul pod a day. I am astounded by how quickly my patients become addicted to nicotine. Many are much like this one, and they don't even know what's happening. So often they think they're just vaping fruit-flavored water. I never thought I would miss how obvious it was or how long it took to smoke an old-fashioned cigarette. Going into the pandemic, many Maine teens did not have healthy coping skills. With half of the youth in Maine who have a mental health diagnosis not receiving needed treatment pre-pandemic, these teens are even more vulnerable. And just like my patient, they often choose unhealthy coping strategies like vaping, only to find themselves addicted before they even know what happened. And as long as nicotine products are deceptively familiarly flavored like gum or cough drops, youth are less likely to realize these are far from harmless. And this is not just my experience at work. I heartbreakingly worked through this with my very own child. Maine youth need your help. We are working on helping our young people develop healthy coping strategies, but this work takes time. I'm certain we could create more jobs to do this meaningful work. But as long as flavored tobacco products are so widely available and seemingly innocuous, this addiction will take over the lives of too many Maine children, eroding their chance of health in the future and consuming all their financial resources before they even realize what has happened. Thank you for all you do for the children and families of Maine, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Pianka? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. Before you start, Mr. Fojcik, if I could just for a second do a little bit of housekeeping. If you are still in the attendee list and you have not spoken yet, please raise your electronic hand and we will get to you in short order. Okay, thank you, Mr. Fojcik. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairpersons Breen and Pierce. My name is Brian Foydick, and I testify on behalf of the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, a retail trade association that includes hundreds of convenience stores, gas stations, and tobacco retail businesses throughout Maine. I testify in opposition to LD 221 Part WWW. There's no basis in fact or prior precedent to believe this legislation would benefit public health. It is just as likely to cause negative public health outcomes. Additionally, the businesses, employees, and families that would be harmed by this bill are disproportionately those owned by first or second generation immigrants, people of color, people for whom English may not be a first language. I encourage you to stand up for them and oppose this. One aspect of this legislation that is particularly shameful is that this bill dedicates American Rescue Fund dollars that are supposed to help local businesses and strengthen local economies to instead fund the destruction of Maine businesses and the loss of jobs. Gas stations and convenience stores have suffered significant losses in fuel and in-store sales during the pandemic because people are working from home. Businesses are already suffering, and this bill would magnify those harms by driving adult consumers to purchase out of state and from illicit markets. Banning flavored products such as menthol cigarettes has been a dismal failure in Massachusetts. Sales data clearly demonstrates that smokers have simply switched to non-menthol cigarettes or purchased flavored products out of state. Since menthol cigarettes were banned, in-state non-menthol cigarette sales have increased and cigarette sales in neighboring states have grown. In New Hampshire, menthol sales are up 90%, and in Rhode Island, menthol sales are up 29%. Cigarette tax stamp sales in Massachusetts are down almost 18 million stamps and up 18 million in New Hampshire and Rhode Island. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see what's happening. The only things the Massachusetts flavor ban has accomplished are devastating Massachusetts retailers, fueling illicit markets, and driving sales out of state. You should also consider the enormous changes that have occurred federally in the last 15 months. Congress raised the age of purchase to 21, getting products out of schools. The FDA banned flavored pod products and ordered flavored disposable products pulled from the market. On September 9, 2020, manufacturers were required to submit a pre-market tobacco application to the FDA for every product or product variation to have a chance to remain on the market. And most recently, the federal government has announced its intention to pursue rulemaking that would ban menthol cigarettes. Let that process play out. For these reasons and more outlined in a letter you received from our executive director, we encourage you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your patience. Are there any questions for Mr. Foycik? Did I do that better?
Pretty good. Foytik.
Foytik, thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Foytik from the committee? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. Next, I'm going to have Whitney Parrish and then Becca Matusovich and then Sebastian Bell. Go ahead, Ms. Parrish.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Whitney Parrish. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Director of Health Equity Alliance and a resident of Hollowell. HEAL is a nonpartisan nonprofit public health and harm reduction organization that works toward a world where health justice is realized for all Mainers. We are a regional service provider in Northern, Down East, and Midcoast Maine and provide advocacy statewide. We are here testifying in support of amending LD 221 to ensure an effective, lasting response to Maine's overdose death crisis response and make certain more Mainers have the support they need to thrive. As well, we support increasing the funding to the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Tribal Populations to foster and bolster individual population and public health. Quote, when you think about keeping people alive and the people most vulnerable to a fatal overdose, where would I find those people as the opioid director? The only part of our system that connects directly with people using drugs are our syringe exchange programs. So I'm sure you remember that quote. That was from a few days ago from Director Gordon Smith from the Office of Opioid Response. So HEAL runs 6 of the state's 15 CDC certified syringe service programs and one in partnership with the Opiate Free Island Partnership. They are located in Bangor, Belfast, Calais, Ellsworth, Machias, Rockland, and Deer Isle, but there are syringe services all over the state, but more are definitely needed. Excuse me. We are incredibly grateful for the fiscal support of the state in administering these programs. And as our programs grow, as more sites are established, and as community need increases, the reality is this: our programs and services are stretched dangerously thin, and dollar for dollar, an investment into these programs and services is a sound, evidence-based investment to meaningfully address the overdose death crisis and Maine's incidence of chaotic or problematic drug use. We respectfully ask the committee to consider the omission of increased funding as our work remains an increasingly dire need to fight to save Mainers' lives. As mentioned by Mr. Smith at his briefing to your committee, our organization provides such services as naloxone distribution, safer use supplies, testing for HIV and viral hepatitis, among other free and low to no barrier services. One of the most important things we do is create lasting, non-judgmental relationships with our participants so they get the things they need to stay safer, healthier on their own terms, and alive, and feel connected to their community and self-determined support. Often, as Mr. Smith mentioned, harm reduction programs like SSPs can serve as, and sometimes are the only accessible portals and connectors to other services, like various forms of substance use treatment. Our programs offer real, measurable, and effective outcomes, and we believe this is why our programs are supported by the state of Maine through the Maine CDC, and why we work so collaboratively with the Office of Opioid Response and Behavioral Health. So, as mentioned, SSPs not only reduce the spread of infectious disease like hepatitis C, where we've seen outbreaks in the state, as well as HIV, where there is a injection drug use induced HIV outbreak in Boston currently. They also directly reduce the likelihood of overdose related deaths and act as a resource for some of Maine's most vulnerable residents. I'm sure my time is almost up. You'll have more in my testimony, but we can have all the treatment in the world, but it might not matter if individuals do not feel they have a safe way to enter it non-coercively, have had a previous stigmatizing, discriminatory, or traumatizing experience, and need authentic support thinking through options, or have the very real and human need to connect with non-judgmental folks who understand and love them for who they are before making the deeply personal decision to begin a different journey than the one they're on. And we want it to matter.
Ms. Paris, you were correct. Your time is
perfect. So my testimony is in written form. It will be on your site very soon. And I am very happy to take any questions, and I'm appreciative of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Whitney Parrish? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience, and thanks for joining us today. Next, I have Becca, and I'm going to let you say your name so I don't destroy it, and then Sebastian Bell.
Thank you, Senator Breen. It's Becca Matasovich. It's a tough one. And you guys are doing an incredible job here today. What a long day. I've only been in HHS hearings typically, so I thought those were marathons, but you guys are amazing here. So Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Becca Matasovich, and I live in New Gloucester. I'm here today as the Executive Director of the Partnership for Children's Oral Health, which is a broad network of partners working together to create a Maine where no child suffers from preventable dental disease. There's much to like about this proposed budget, but with limited time, my testimony focuses on 3 provisions specifically. First, this budget includes an increase in dental rates for MaineCare, which is long past due and desperately needed. The very thorough analysis that was done for the rate system evaluation helped illuminate what oral health advocates have been saying for decades. The current MaineCare rates are so low that even nonprofit dental centers face an unsustainable financial situation because the MaineCare fees simply do not cover the costs of providing the care. They must balance their annual operating budgets by relying on volunteers and fundraising. This is not the way a system of care that is essential for health and well-being should work. And as a result, we end up spending more to address urgent needs that could have been avoided. Secondly, although we are the Partnership for Children's Oral Health, we're strongly in support of the initiative to fund a full dental benefit for adults over 21. Research has clearly demonstrated that when parents have access to care, they're more likely to get their kids care as well. A comprehensive adult dental benefit is a critical piece of the puzzle for other reasons as well that are in my written testimony. The combination of these 2 provisions is a wise investment that will have a life-changing impact for thousands of Maine families, and they're a great deal financially as well, with the federal government covering almost 3/4 of the cost. This investment creates jobs in our communities and funnels income and sales taxes back into the state general fund to help this investment pay for itself. This is truly a win-win-win. Although I didn't mention this part in my written testimony because I wanted to offer unqualified enthusiasm for LD 221, I would like to just quickly mention another bill, LD 1501, that would complement and amplify the impact and future sustainability of this investment and would require only a small amount of additional resources. That bill restores a state oral health coordinator position within Maine CDC and expands the school oral health program to serve all schools. I'd be happy to send along more information on LD 1501 if you're interested. Finally, I wanted to express support for the ban on flavored tobacco products. It's included in the budget bill. As a parent of 4 teenagers and preteens, it has been very disturbing to see the hold that these products have gained over so many kids I've known personally in recent years. I've directly witnessed how the allure of these products and subsequent tobacco addiction can trigger a downward spiral as kids get hooked and find the temptation irresistible. From an oral health perspective, flavored tobacco products are extremely damaging, and preventing kids from starting to use them will also help reduce the future costs of dental treatment that will be needed to restore their oral health. In closing, this proposed budget includes many provisions that are good policy and that will make a positive investment in our state from both a health and economic perspective. Thank you for the opportunity to offer input.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Becca Matusovich? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Next is Sebastian Bell, and then we're going to have Joby Thoyle and David Cowing.
Good morning, Senator Breen and Representative Peirce, honorable members of the committee. My name is Sebastian Bell. I represent the Maine Aquaculture Association, and I live in Hallowell, Maine. I'm not going to read my testimony. You've had a long day already. I will just say we support the part of the supplemental budget that brings increased resources to bear on the Department of Marine Resources, in particular, 1 additional staff person for the aquaculture division, and the monies being brought to bear for additional marine resources, marine patrol officers. We currently have approximately a 4-year backlog in lease applications, and if we had additional staff, that would release roughly $10 million in investment, employ more people, and generate more tax revenue for the state. So we're asking for you to support that additional aquaculture division staff person, which was voted through and supported unanimously by the Marine Resources Committee. And we thank the governor for putting that in the budget. And I also just want to say that we are incredibly impressed by Commissioner Kelleher and his staff and the hard work that they do. They do a lot with very little compared to the value of the resources they manage. And we do appreciate all the hard work they do. And I will stop there and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Sebastian Bell? Not seeing any. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for joining us. Joby Thoilo is next, and then David Cowing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations. I'm Joby Thoilo. I'm a senior policy advocate with Maine Equal Justice. And you heard from my colleague, Kathy Kilrain-Del Rio, earlier on many aspects of the budget that we strongly support. The reason why I'm also here today is because I also have the honor of serving as a member of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine Tribal Populations. And so my testimony, my written testimony focuses on that. I'm not going to read my written testimony. I really just wanted to make a few points, which are one, we are very grateful that Governor Mills' recent, her budget proposal includes annual funding of $500,000 a year for the commission. Up until now, the work of the commission has been supported by a patchwork of mostly one-time and temporary resources that came together in a very unpredictable manner. This funding from the governor's proposal would bring predictability and allow the commission to ensure that we're able to execute a base level of work each year. That said, the commission is seeking additional funding that would allow it to not only maintain a base level of work, but to also grow the scope of its work as is desperately needed. It's well established that there are significant racial disparities across systems in Maine, and that the state has not previously invested in reducing those disparities at the level the commission is calling for. This is not a coincidence. We at Maine Equal Justice strongly believe that such additional investment is warranted given the historical lack of government investment. I'll just say that the commission work required by statute is significant, but the potential scope of work that's authorized by statute is much larger. And that workload is poised to expand as several bills this session direct the commission to investigate certain topics or to advise government in various contexts. It's been exciting to see that legislators see the commission as a valuable vehicle for change. And I know that commissioners are eager to take on some of that work, but I also know from experience that we'll not be able to without significantly more resources. Adequate funding would allow the still relatively new commission to build its operations infrastructure, to build upon its expertise and capacity to do more than just react to crises and react to specific requests. It would allow us to proactively investigate and advance solutions while also engaging meaningfully with impacted communities throughout the state. I don't want to take up any more of your time. I do have more in my written testimony, so I'll just end by saying we encourage you to support this investment in systemic reform that will move us toward a more just and equitable Maine. Thank you all very much for the long day you're putting in, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Joby Thoilo? Not seeing any. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for being here. Next is David Cowing, and then Stephanie Eglinton. And before you start, Mr. Cowing, I just want to ask all the attendees, if there's anybody who's still in the attendee list who has not spoken and would like to, please raise your electronic hand. Go ahead, Mr. Cowing.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. I really appreciate having this opportunity to speak this afternoon on what is a long day of testimony for you. I now know where every competing need in the state of Maine ends up. My name is David Cowing. I live in Woolwich. My son, who has multiple disabilities, lives in a group home in Bath, and I'm asking that this committee amend LD 1573 into the budget. First, I want to thank Representative Fay for her leadership on the Long-Term Workforce Commission, as well as all the other members of the commission for their advocacy and hard work. I also want to acknowledge all the efforts of the Health and Human Services Committee to address the dire situation that Maine's direct service professionals, the DSPs, face, along with the families and the individuals that they support. The DSPs that provide essential services to Maine citizens with IDD, like my son, do very difficult and heroic work daily for very, very low pay. This low pay is a major factor in the staff turnover at my son's group home and poses a chronic challenge. The situation is very hard on my son and his housemate. Manager and staff turnover has been a problem at my son's group home for years. It's been my experience that most DSPs must work more than one job or rely on a significant amount of overtime to make ends meet, in addition to all their other obligations. Frequently, this results in burnout. Staff leave their DSP position for much higher pay and less stressful jobs at Lowe's or McDonald's or Circle K. Their departure just puts pressure on other staff to work overtime, and managers must often assume empty shifts on top of all their other duties. They burn out very quickly as well. The support system for my son can become frayed and really feels at risk of falling apart. Ultimately, it's my son who must pay the price for DSP's inadequate paycheck. The DSPs at my son's home are asked to manage his complex behavioral support plan. Both he and his housemate must have their medications managed, and both become stressed and exhibit challenging and destructive behaviors when their normal staff schedule becomes disrupted. Individuals like my son who have physical, intellectual, and mental health disabilities require high levels of skill and compassion on the part of the DSPs providing the care to them. And recruiting and retaining DSPs is a major problem of crisis proportions, not just at my son's house, but throughout the state. Finally, I really feel Maine needs to prioritize supporting these workers and recognize the essential work that they do. Appropriate compensation for a job with significant responsibilities will help alleviate the critical DSP shortage Maine has faced for years, and one that's been made even more severe by the COVID pandemic. DSPs deserve more than minimum or sub-minimum wages. My hope is that this committee will amend LD 1573 into the budget. And thank you again for your long day today.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee for Mr. Cowing? Thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Next is Stephanie Eglinton and then Kevin O'Flaherty.
Thank you, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Stephanie Eglinton. I'm Executive Director of the Maine Children's Alliance. We are a statewide nonpartisan nonprofit research and advocacy organization whose mission is to promote these to improve the lives of Maine children, youth, and families. I offer of budget items that will improve the health and well-being of Maine children and families. This spring, I think we all are feeling a sense of hope that we are on the way to recovery from the public health crisis and economic downturn, yet many children and families will continue to face serious challenges and barriers. We know that through the state budget, we can support solutions and respond to the immediate needs, as well as invest in a more vibrant and equitable future for Maine's children. So we are grateful for many proposals in the governor's change packet that do advance health, education, and well-being of children. I'm just going to share a few highlights. One is $187 million to meet the state's obligation to pay 55% of local education costs. So that's schools for the, for two schools for the first time in Maine's history, which is very exciting. Second, $151 million to further reforms to Maine Care to advance the health of Maine people and support the economic recovery of the health sector, including access to preventive and routine dental care. And number three, $32 million to replace the lost revenue by ending the sale of flavored tobacco products. I think Representative Fay had a question earlier about data on youth use, and there I would refer people to the Maine Kids Count data book that came out this spring. There is a graph showing especially the increase in vaping that we've seen. And also I'll mention the expanding of Maine Care and CHIP eligibility for children under 21, regardless of immigration status, to support our equity in healthcare. In addition, we encourage other prioritization in allocating funding in areas where the pandemic has underscored the significance of, the challenges faced by Maine children and families. And I have the LDs in my written testimony, but I'm just going to briefly highlight a few issues. One is childcare. And, we are in a crisis in the state and this nation in figuring out childcare, and we must invest in getting more kids in high quality care for families and invest in the early care workforce. Expansion of the Children's Health Insurance Program, given the high cost of private health insurance, the pandemic has impacted employment, which impacts parents, health insurance, which impacts children. And then I'll also mention school meals. If we can provide universal free meals, we can eliminate barriers to participation and stigma associated with getting meals at schools. So those are some. I also will note school-based health centers and school-based oral health care is important that have legislation pending. So thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Stephanie Eglinton from the committee? All right, thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us today. Next is Kevin O'Flaherty, and I would just remind anybody who's still in the attendee list who has yet to speak, please raise your electronic hand. And Mr. O'Flaherty, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, other members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Kevin O'Flaherty, and I'm here on behalf of the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Thank you for allowing me to testify today in strong support of the change package in front of you, specifically the proposal that would end the sale of all flavored tobacco products in Maine. First, in response to the folks who oppose this law because they claim it might inflame racial tensions between police and communities of color, to be clear, there is no mechanism at all for this law to be enforced against private citizens, and there is no role for law enforcement to play in its enforcement either. The folks who support this policy nationally include the NAACP, the Urban League, the National Medical Association, and more. In Maine, the list of groups who strongly support this policy are a veritable who's who of local groups whose missions are focused on social justice and equity for all Mainers, some of whom you've heard from today. As far as Massachusetts, the only people there who view this law as a mistake are retailers, who have lost some tobacco sales and all of their replacement tobacco users, who almost exclusively begin as kids and start with a flavored product. It's important to remember that Massachusetts wasn't trying to get adults to quit with this policy, and neither is Maine. The goal is to prevent kids from getting hooked on tobacco flavors to begin with, and Massachusetts wisely chose the health and future of their kids over the profits of the tobacco industry as well as their own tax revenue. In that sense, this policy has been an unmitigated success. And it all boils down to this. Do you sacrifice sales of flavored tobacco to adults to protect the future health of our children? Or do you sacrifice the future health of our children to protect the sales of flavored tobacco to adults? That is the question. Lastly, countless examples show that if you leave some flavored tobacco products on the market, kids will go there. In 2009, Congress passed a bill that banned candy and alcohol flavored cigarettes, but they only covered cigarettes and they exempted menthol entirely. Within 2 years, we saw youth use of menthol cigarettes and cigars go up drastically. And we're not talking about the cigars your grandparents used, your grandfather used to use, maybe your grandmother too, but the industry had actually increased the number of candy flavored little cigars and cigarillos, products that were not covered by the federal law. And so they kept on hooking kids with those flavors. Then along came e-cigarettes and the bewildering number of flavors which grew from just a handful in 2010 to what is now over 15,000 to create the current epidemic of youth use. The FDA, after initially saying it would end the sale of all flavored e-cigarettes, decided to only end the sale of flavored pods. Within months, youth use of e-cigarettes quickly shifted from pod-based systems like Juul to disposable systems like Puff Bar and to menthol pods, which were both exempted under the policy. The common theme is flavors, and the lesson here is clear. If you exempt any flavored tobacco or nicotine products from the law, you are simply deciding which products will cause the next spike in youth tobacco initiation and addiction in Maine. So please protect all Maine kids from tobacco addiction by ending the sale of all flavored tobacco products today. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. O'Flaherty. It looks like Representative Arata has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's nice to see you, Mr. O'Flaherty. I'm just, as I've been listening to these different speakers talk about flavored tobacco and how it's designed to hook kids, I keep thinking about all the candy that we have available now that has marijuana in it, and that's the big, candy, flavored drinks. There are a lot of marijuana products out there. Just they're kind of new. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my organization doesn't have a position on really candy of any type or candy flavored marijuanas or candy flavored marijuana products. I would say that tobacco is different from those products. There is no other legal product on the market that is as addictive as tobacco. And the flavors clearly were put in these products to hook kids. There are some adults who may choose to use them now and some who may even prefer to use them. But almost all smokers and tobacco users started when they were under 21, and 80% of those folks started with a flavored product. The evidence strongly supports removing these products from the market if we're going to prevent kids from getting addicted. I'm sure there are other organizations who care a great deal about marijuana use and making sure that youth don't get hooked there. And if the evidence is there, I would imagine they'll be making that case as well.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. O'Flaherty? Not seeing any. Thank you for joining us and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Next is Bill Kelleher, and I would ask if there's anybody else in the attendee list who has not spoken and would like to. I would appreciate you raising your electronic hand. And Mr. Kelleher, the floor is yours. You just lost your camera though.
There we go. I think I'm all set. Hopefully it showed up.
You.
Yeah. Let's see. Hopefully it'll come on. Maybe not. I had it there for a second. My apologies. Oh, there we go. Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Bill Kelleher, and I am CEO of Kennebec River Biosciences, located in Richmond, Maine. I stand before you to testify in strong support of the proposed budget for the Department of Marine Resources. Kennebec Biosciences is an internationally recognized aquatic animal health and biosciences company located in Richmond. Since 1996, our company has provided diagnostic laboratory services and custom vaccines to the aquaculture sector, government agencies, and research institutions around the globe. Our dedicated professional staff, most of whom are educated in Maine, work with a diverse set of clients with the goal of providing value to their operations. Kennebec Biosciences would not be the company we are today without the vibrant aquaculture sector we have here in the state. The proposed supplemental budget makes a small investment to help DMR ensure that any growth that occurs in the state's aquaculture sector is responsible and sustainable. That modest investment will directly allow farms to be created, create new opportunities for our products and services, employ more Mainers, and increase revenue to the state. Please help us continue to build the aquaculture sector and provide DMR the resources they need. I thank you for your attention and patience and would be glad to answer any questions you have. I would just echo what Sebastian said. The folks at DMR are a very high quality group of folks. I know in our sort of what we do in the aquatic animal health arena, they got some really good people. So I would just close on that.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Bill Kelleher? All right. We
thank you.
Are all set. Thank you so much for your patience and thanks for being here. So I'm going to do one last final call. If there's anybody still in, looks like 8 people still in attendance on the edge of their seats listening. If any of you have not spoken and you'd like to, please raise your hand. Not seeing any. So would like to close this public hearing on LD 221 and thank everybody. Thank you to our staff. Marianne McMaster did a great job handling all the folks signing up. Thank you, Maureen, for standing by and listening. Thank you all for listening. Thank you to the public for tuning in. Just going to check with my co-chair and Maureen, our analyst. Anything else that we need to check in about before we sign off?
Just thank everyone again. Appreciate that. Appreciate the day.
All right.
I think you're all set.
Thank you so much. And this will be very informative for our process. We're going to sign off for the day. Bye-bye.